Hello, boys and girls. How we doing? Early kickoff. It's the network game. Hashtag Keverton. Early kickoff. 2 p.m. start. Lovely old stuff. Shall we do a YouTube intro? We're just going to lump straight into it. Why not? Look at all those chilling rain boxes I've got behind me. Ready for tomorrow's live box break on YouTube. We've sold 3 boxes of chilling rain. Oh, it's going to be shenanigans tomorrow night, 7 o'clock on the Kevin Chapman channel on YouTube. But first, let's do a YouTube intro for this one. Got to keep Chris on his toes, after all. Where's the thing? There it is. Oh, it is the most important transfer window in the entirety of the network game. We've already signed Gavi. We've already signed Renan Lodi. We've already signed Danny Ceballos. We've already signed a new goalkeeper whose name I can't remember. And I think that's it. Oliver Skip, even Oliver Skip from relegated Tottenham. But none of that is the headline. The headline is Newcastle have just offered us £63 million for world-class Pablo Fornals. And I don't know what to do. And there we have it. If Fornals goes, we riot. I mean, Fornals is going. I say I don't know what to do, but just look at who I've already brought in. Where does Fornals fit into this team now? Ceballos can basically do the exact role that Fornals was doing in central midfield. Gavi was playing there by the end of the season. We had Gavi and Gravenberch, but we've also got Oliver Skip, who's already come in. And we know how good Oliver Skip can get as a defence-minded midfield player on FM22. He was a club legend at Real Madrid before I took over on YouTube. So he's in as well. He does not look 22 years old. Goodness me. We might have to do a who looks older. We've already signed this guy to be our new goalkeeper. So, and we've got Demir. So I'm thinking our team for next year, we're going to have Demir probably there. We've sold Barbosa to relegated Tottenham. But if Skip is in there, so I'm thinking we probably do something like this. With Skip in there as a ball-winning midfielder. And then Gravenberch there. And Demir over there. Still with Calvert-Lewin up front. We still haven't fit Yeremy Pino in. Where do we fit Fornals into that? He just doesn't fit, does he? We've still got Traore. We've still got Pino. We've still got Ceballos. We've still got Ross Barkley. For 63 million, I think we have to let him go because we've got 100% retained transfer revenue as well. And as someone has just said in the chat, imagine if we could go get Harry Kane with that money. Who, yeah, I mean, we could go and get Harry Kane. I'd love to sign Harry Kane and have him as Calvert-Lewin's backup. That'd be superb. So we're going to persuade him to join Newcastle. Best interest for you to take their offer seriously. I'm not willing to just accept that I can't change your mind. The offer is there. Do what you want. I'm not going to be swayed in my decision. Can't guarantee you'll be registered in my squad if you decide to stay. And then we're going to put him on the transfer list. It's harsh, but we've got to force him out. Can't find a place for you in my squad. I'm not going to accept that. I'm sorry, Pablo. I know you're world class. But you are leaving. So we're going to accept that offer. He is now on the thing is, he still might not go. We now need Newcastle to offer him a huge pile of money. We've got a 15-year-old left back joining us in 3 years. Because why not? What's the worst that can happen? It's such a pointless signing because we're never going to get to use him. But he's 5-star potential. You know I like a 15-year-old. So I'll bring him in. And then Jordan Pickford the Spoon doesn't like the fact he's going to be a backup player. You haven't been in the best of form. I mean, you threw away the Champions League for us. So yeah, form. I don't think it's justified. I struggle to agree with it. Yeah, well, that's what's happening, Jordan. You can leave if you want. we've got some things to deal with here, haven't we? We've got to fix this squad. But fingers crossed, Fornals is leaving. Right, this is supposed to be a network game. There's a call. I think I'm in the call now. No one else is here, though. But there you go. We will get, once everyone else has appeared. And the squad stream should be up and running shortly as well. I really hope Fornals goes, because if he doesn't, I've just really upset him for no reason. Oh, it'll be fine. It will absolutely be fine. I mean, Pickford can stay if he wants. He can be the backup. I've told him he's going to be backup. He's an expensive backup, but if he doesn't want to leave, he doesn't leave.
I'll be back. I'll be back, Kevin.
There's one of them here. There's one of them here.
I'll be back in a little bit.
You go and have fun. This is why former players score against you. Because you upset them on the way out. We need him to leave as well. I mean, if we could sell him, no one's in for an offer for him. We don't need him. We've got Ren and Lodi. If we could sell Fornals, Pickford, Luca Dean, or, I mean, you got to believe that's 150 million pounds worth of players. We could get 150 million for those three, plus the 17 million we've already got. We could go absolutely bonkers this afternoon. Jimmy, thank you for 5 gifted. Very kind of you. It's not going to work out like that, though, is it? I mean, ultimately, we've already done the business I wanted to do this summer. We got Oliver Skip, we got Gavi, and we got Lodi, and we got a goalkeeper. Anything from this point on is a bonus.
Kevin, how you doing, mate?
I'm doing wonderfully. I've just accepted an offer for Pablo Fornals. I'm feeling it a little bit.
Are you feeling okay?
No, I'm sad. I had to be really, really mean to him to convince him to discuss terms with them. It was horrible.
Not nice.
I was so mean to him, and it hurt me, and it hurt him, and I don't know if the damage can be repaired.
I mean, the fact that you're selling him means it doesn't have to be repaired, I suppose. But that is pretty.
Yeah, but
cold,
he still might not go.
From your standards.
The thing is, if he sticks around now, and he hates me.
Yeah, that would be awkward, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I've had to be so horrible to him, and now he might just stay anyway.
Someone's asked, where is Zealand?
America.
The honest answer is,
the United States of America.
I'd be shouting at him and telling him to get here. I don't know where he is.
New
He's
York
aware that we're
City.
starting earlier, right? We did tell him this. He said 2 till 6, all right with me.
We usually just send him telegrams to let him know. It might not have got there in time.
Yeah, I've been using carrier pigeon recently.
Can pigeons make it across all that water?
Yeah.
Can they?
Yeah,
Are pigeons migrating birds?
Lots of other birds can do it, and pigeons are used in the
I know
war.
lots of other birds can do it. I just question whether pigeons can.
Can a pigeon fly? I feel like it can across the Atlantic Ocean.
We're tackling the real issues here, boys and girls. Forget about the transfer window. This is what we're all here for. This is content.
More than half a century, scientists...
Okay.
There's important science going on, Ben.
Do you know
One
if
moment.
pigeons can fly across the Atlantic?
Thanks, everyone. See you next week. It's been good.
I mean, he left us alone at the start of the stream. What did he think was going to happen?
Apparently there are some birds that can do it.
I know there's some
here
birds.
as well.
I don't know if pigeons can, though.
Does he all know?
Someone in my chat just said 700 miles max distance in one day.
Yeah, well, they could fly for 3 days
Can they
straight.
sleep while flying? I think that's the question.
Can they sleep while swimming? You know, tread water.
I don't think they sleep in the water.
Land on a boat.
Yeah.
Is it going to be like this all afternoon, is it?
Well, no.
We were left on our own. What did you think was going to happen?
That's very true, yeah. That's very, very true.
I was left unattended.
No, we've since the last network game, which was actually the last time I streamed. I only stream this now. We've met. Me and Jack have met up.
I won at golf.
Did he wear the shoes he promised to wear? And have you made a decision?
10 seconds in.
No, he didn't wear my shoes.
Oh
no, I didn't actually.
I got some.
I've been waiting to hear the
week.
resolution of that all week,
Well,
and I feel a bit disappointed.
If it makes you feel better, yesterday I ordered the Air Force One mids.
Okay.
Good choice.
I'll allow it.
All white for those that are interested.
All white.
Yeah, they're nice. So I made a move.
I've got my latest purchase next to my desk. Actually, I won't model them because that'd be weird. I don't know. I'll get the
Is it
colours put on my
underpants?
feet. No, it's not underpants.
What is it?
New shoes in it. Now,
Okay.
is it bad luck to put shoes on a desk?
Okay.
I got yelled at for putting my new shoes on the table in a tweet.
Is a desk a table, or like if it's a
I don't
standard desk,
know.
is that different?
I think it's fine to put it on a
I'll
standing
give the
desk,
chat,
Jack.
I'll give the chat a little tour of the new shoes. Very, very nice. Big fan.
I would love to watch it on the squad stream, but I'm waiting for Z to accept.
That's fine.
Well, I have to go and
That's
get my
fine.
new shoes as well now. Are we all showing
No.
off new shoes?
No, until I've got mine. Can we wait? Wait till
Yeah,
next week?
okay.
Okay, we'll do it next week.
I'll show mine again later next week.
Yeah, we'll do it next week.
Okay, good. Thanks, guys. Moral support.
Yeah, it's a
Waiting
shoe
for
stream
Ryzen.
next week, everybody.
I think I spotted my mum in the chat under the name Airthink. They've written "They are smart."
Nice.
Oh,
I
is
feel-
that sort of thing she would say? That's very linked
Yeah,
to
that is
smart,
what my
isn't
mum
it?
would say. If you get anything new, my mum's only adjective is smart.
Yeah.
Unless
that's
she
nice.
doesn't like it, in which case she'll just say they look awful.
That's
I don't
very
think
linked
she'd
to
say
me.
mine were smart. They've got Pokemon all over the side of them.
Of course they have, because you are.
Ah.
You are. I forget you are 15.
And my name on the back. They're customs.
So my mission today is to get Luca a work permit.
Oh, Luca or Luca.
Yeah,
You can call him
Luca.
I always
answers
call
in
him
a postcode.
Lorenzo Luca, but it probably is Luca.
I'm going to call him Luke.
Okay. Are we still trying to attack Tottenham from all sides? Is that
Well,
the
yeah, I'm
plan?
trying to raise
I'm-
money to get Harry Kane still.
I've been nice to Tottenham, to be honest.
There's a bid on Dele Alli for 19 million from Fulham.
Yeah, I ain't doing that.
Lucas Moura 12.25 Leicester.
I am
Cole
intrigued
Walker
to see
going
if they
to
just go
Tottenham.
straight through if we just take every player they've got. They must have
I
some
don't know.
spensies.
They're going to get a load of money, though, aren't they? They're going to end up with loads of money. So I'm
Who's
tempted
ending
to
up
just...
with a lot of money?
They have already
Tottenham.
signed Gabriel Barbosa after all.
Tottenham are going to end up with loads of money because they're going to sell
But
everyone.
they're selling everyone really cheap, though.
How are you, Mr. Cannon? It's early. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm good. No, I for some reason I woke up on the wrong side of the sleep cycle, but I'm
Oh,
okay.
God.
I made it.
Be aware, Zealand, next week we're all showing off a new pair of shoes, so you probably need to get some new shoes for next week's stream.
Right, you get some sense.
I haven't bought a new pair of shoe.
Well, this feels like an opportunity then
Decades.
for next week's shoe stream.
Decades.
That doesn't sound true.
That's a good idea. Actually, if Nike do want to send us all some shoes for free,
Yeah, we'll take them.
That'd be great if they're watching, or any
You
shoe
mean
company.
Nike? So
No, I mean Nike. But
I mean, I'll
appreciate
call them
your-
whatever they want to be called if I get some free shoes.
I mean,
that's that. There you go. That's the mindset. So I did realize I forgot to tell everybody I'd be getting on at 9 a.m. So I think I've surprised the
oh,
people.
well, that's good though. That's a nice feeling.
Yeah.
It's a surprise, you know.
Ah, Zealand's there.
That was more shock than surprise.
I was just playing the part of Zealand's chat.
If I could just get you to say that one time, Kev, it's some sort of convention or
Whoa.
meeting you're giving.
Whoa, what's he
There's
doing here?
Zealand. Then yeah, I'll be very happy if
Well,
that's the case.
If you're going to TwitchCon in Amsterdam, I'll say it there.
Awesome. I am.
But I'll make sure that you take me by surprise at some point. You probably will, because I rarely pay attention to what's going on around me.
Good. Okay, I need to join the squad stream before somebody gets on me for
Zealand,
that.
can pigeons fly across the Atlantic?
Question of the day.
Oh, for
Oh, you might, I don't know. You strike me as the kind of person who might own a racing pigeon and have had it
Do they have
fly across
pigeons
the
in America?
Atlantic.
Pigeons. I feel like pigeons are a very British bird.
pigeons are absolutely. I mean, in New
Pigeons
York,
are absolutely everywhere.
Come on.
Zealand
In
goes
New
and Z goes and feeds all the pigeons in the parks around New York. They're under his command.
I buy 2 loaves of bread, one for me and one for the pigeons every time I go shopping.
Someone has told me that they study birds for a living, and the pigeons can, they just won't. So
Apparently,
you have to train a pigeon.
There's a pigeon that flew from the United States to Australia, an 8,000-mile Pacific Ocean crossing.
Seconds. I left for less than 40 seconds.
When will you learn?
And I've come back and you're back on this.
It's really important that I establish what's
Yeah, they were
happening.
talking about it already. They were already
I
talking
thought-
about it.
I thought he saved this for when
I don't know.
Well, no, Ben
Chaos.
didn't know the answer, Z. That's why I came to you.
Oh,
You were the
sorry.
next resort. It's like when you go and ask mum an answer to a question. She goes, go ask your dad. And then you come along.
Stream
I've
announcement, by
asked
the
you.
way. The squad stream is live.
Hooray!
Right. So I realise I'm only really telling Zealand because he's the one that watches our streams most out of anyone. So
yeah, it is true. That's actually No, I absolutely tune in.
Yeah, sad.
Well, it's great for when
drop
I've
a sub
already
once
hit
in a
you.
while,
You
couldn't
know,
you?
you can
Could sleep.
drop into the.
That's true. So never then.
Well, sparingly. Just be glad that I'm as slow as I am, or else I'll be watching your streams more.
That's true. Well,
Yeah.
I'd rather. Well, actually, no. Sorry, no, I'm not co-signing that. Be quicker. I'm not saying yes. Carry on being slow.
I almost got away with it too if it wasn't for these meddling kids.
Well, we fell out at the end of last stream, so I think people are terrified that we are no longer friends. Which.
Thank you for all those subs that I've just noticed have come in. Random John, Mike, Jimmy did some gifted. Thank you very much, one and all. AGC, who's weirdly not showing up on the list, but I can see in the chat. It's all gone wrong around here. Thank you, all of you.
Won't retaliate with the obvious comeback to that statement.
At least I've won at least I've won a showdown, which is what Zed would say. And then I would say, haha, yes. And then I say, yeah, but I created the tournament and masterminded the entire thing. And Zed says, well, I was there at the original meeting. And then I say, were you? And then we laugh and then we move on.
Yeah, no, that's actually.
Yeah.
That's exactly what would have happened if I'd done that. Excellently, well executed.
Thank
that
you,
was just brilliant. Yeah.
This happened a few times, so I knew where we were going.
Yeah. What are we doing? No, I'll save that for when maybe it feels new. Oh right, I'm selling somebody for
We have the
I'm
same.
selling a
Do we all
resto
have
for
that?
60 million. What?
Do we all have the same moment where we all think, oh, I forgot I was doing all of this? Because I've just had that with about 6 players.
Yeah.
I've gone, oh yeah.
I've just had my row with Pablo Fornals trying to convince him to leave. He doesn't want to go.
Last. On behalf of me, I hope. Lovely stuff.
Oh, so you did make. I remember that was the decision you had to make. Are you going to sell Pablo Fornals?
I've tried to convince him to leave. I've had to say very cruel things to him, and he's still not keen. So I might end up keeping him, but him really not liking me anymore. Which seems like the worst case scenario.
That qualifies as the worst case scenario. Yes.
But currently, I have to scroll on my dynamics page to see all of my issues in my squad. So I've got some work to do this summer. Does anyone want to buy Jordan Pickford?
Yeah.
Excellent. 400 million pounds. I don't know.
Oh.
Probably not 400 million.
How much for? If it's reasonable.
How much did I just buy my goalkeeper for? His replacement. Hold on.
Okay, well, I'm not paying that much if he's the replacement, am I? So.
Well, I'm looking for some context.
And you've got Perrin. How many goalkeepers have you got?
Too many. That's why I'm trying to get rid of one. Although Virginia is leaving.
Yeah. I mean.
But I want Perrin to be the backup.
I'll buy Pickford for. Let me do some maths. 8 million.
That feels very low. I don't think the board will allow that.
Okay, keep him then. Good chat. Good chat.
Apparently, I have to ask Zealand about a hot tub network game stream. I don't think that's happening. That seems unlikely.
No, we were discussing people that I should do a hot tub stream with.
Oh, I'm absolutely on that list.
OnlyFans brand.
Yeah, I'll be a part of that.
I believe my official answer was if I ever end up in a hot tub with Kevin Chapman, because of course you were brought up first.
I've got plenty of cleavage. I'm the instant.
Well, I mean, yes, I think it's your extensive like OnlyFans presence.
Absolutely.
Which you would understand. And I said, if I ever end up with Kevin Chapman in a hot tub, something has gone horribly wrong. So now there's a curiosity about what would go horribly wrong in order for me to end up in a hot tub.
I guess we find out in Amsterdam.
Well, I haven't in Amsterdam. Stays in Amsterdam.
You really are trying to put me off that trip, and I really do appreciate it. Like,
well, you don't want to be in a hot tub with me in Zealand.
We're not going to. No.
Okay, if Ben is also in the hot tub, I'd find that funny because I know Ben would hate it more than me, so I get to just watch Ben's reaction to being in that hot tub.
I'll bring a rubber duck for everybody.
Jack can confirm I'm a very loving, touchy-feely person in real life, so I would have absolutely no issue with
very touchy-feely.
Not very.
And that would have what exactly to do with being in a hot tub with Kevin?
Well, what I'm saying is you inferred I'd be uncomfortable. In fact, if anything, I would overly enjoy it, and that would be a problem. So.
You are very touchy-feely, though.
No, I'm just friendly. Just friendly. It's just like, I like. Do you know what, Jack? We do a job and a career that's not particularly human contact friendly, or like it doesn't happen very often, does it? So when I meet people in real life, I want them to know that I care about them and love them on a friendship level.
Oh, I thought we had something special.
Is that weird?
Well, me and Ben bumped into a network game fan in the wild.
No. Tell the story properly.
Oh, okay. Come on. I need to hear
this. We
this.
were going into a pub.
Yeah.
We were looking for a seats at a pub, and someone comes up to Ben and goes, "Dr. Benji, can I have a photo?"
Honestly, one of the best. best
I will say, didn't notice me. I was stood behind Ben, so I wasn't difficult to spot.
Because you're so short.
It's true, though.
His ego was radiating around me, though, viewers, so you could obviously see that. Jesus Christ.
Did Jack insist on getting in the picture as well?
Well, no, I let them have their photo together.
No, you didn't. Right, I was there.
You want one with me as well?
Wrong. So can I please do the story
You
as it
had
actually
your photo
happened?
together, and then we had a photo with the three of us.
What actually happened was he ran over, he went, Benji, mate, can I get a picture? I went,
Is this not what
he went, I love the videos. I went, I don't make videos. And which obviously I do. It was just, I thought I'd throw him off early.
Good test.
And then as he's about to get a picture, he went, can I get a picture? I went, yeah, of course you can. Oh, by the way, I turned to my right. We're at the spaces to my right, not behind me, to my right.
I was behind him.
No, you weren't. He went, yeah, I love the network game. I go, oh, he wish it was Kevin. He wishes it was Kevin.
Yeah, he did wish it was Kevin. He whispered in my ear that
then we took a three-way picture outside a pub in London, a pub that we weren't able to get into.
Didn't get into. We should have asked the guy for the table that he had.
So Blanco's in my chat. He was there. Was my version Blanco correct, or was Jack's make-believe version correct? I mean,
but I think my version was correct.
Yeah, well, it wasn't.
Someone says, "How's Ben getting recognized?" This happens to us probably more than you would like. I'm
incredibly popular.
Yeah,
I know. Sorry, I know.
At the Euros,
the big dog these days.
Well, it's not weird. It's flattering. It's nice. Like, I don't mind people coming up to me, like in the right environment.
No, I think it's always cool because we're not famous enough.
If someone comes up to me in the bathroom, then it's going to be awkward.
Oh, well, depends on where in the bathroom.
Wait for me outside the bathroom if you want to do that. If you spot me,
don't wait for me outside any bathrooms.
Look,
thank you.
as if I've got the picture here. I hope. Let me remember the fella's name. I hope Jacob doesn't mind me sharing this with the group. But as you can see, me and Jacob are happily taking a picture, and then out of nowhere, we're at the space. Barges in.
Are you showing this on your stream?
Yeah. So as you can see, me and Jacob are already pals, and then Jack bursts in. Like,
it looks like you've got a Jack puppet.
Yeah, in a way, Kev.
Maybe it was a puppet. Wait, can you bring it? I was too slow, Ben. Can you show it again, please?
Yeah, that's us there. And as you can see, you've only got one person's full frame in focus there. That'd be me. So
it's not. You know what? I was very happy because I just won golf.
Yeah, and I got to showcase my new gilet, so I was pretty happy.
Some excellent gilet action going on.
I was going to say, is that? Yeah, I would call that a vest. Is that what the gilet?
I've never owned a gilet before. Oh, Ben,
you've never lived, Jack.
I'm not sure you'd be able to rock a gilet quite like I rock a gilet. But, you know.
I wore a vest last weekend. That felt really fancy.
Thank you for the.
That was it. I just wanted you to know that I'm copying your flow. Word for word.
Yeah.
I've never owned a gilet. Am I living life incorrectly?
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of wish I had my sunglasses on because, I'd have looked even cooler. But
yes,
that's why I wear my sunglasses everywhere.
They're in. Fortunately, I've got an Ellie who keeps them in her bag. So, and we just got off the tube as well, so it'd been awkward, be uncomfortable. Anyway, good times. Actually, no, we've just been indoors. Get it right, Ben. Shout out to Norwich early on, by the way. Didn't offer enough money to Douglas Luiz. So that's £18 million I really wanted that I'm not going to get now. So great. Good start. Strong start.
Meanwhile, Ben Sesko scored a hat trick against the Faroe Islands. So we're off to a flyer.
Douglas Luiz, we're going to have a secondary chat now, aren't we? You've let me down there.
Douglas.
When
was the last time you got recognized in public, Kev?
Probably the last time I left the house, Zealand.
How long ago was that? Also, that was like the worst possible answer to that question. It's like, well, the last time I left the house.
It does happen most times I go out. I'm a very popular man.
Clearly.
Plus, I walk around holding a massive camera, which avoids any confusion. I wonder if that's Kev. Oh, hang on. He's carrying a massive camera. It probably is.
You know what? I'm going to hazard a guess that is LOLLUJO right there.
What's happened?
We're talking about the last time Kev got recognized in public, and he said, probably the last time I left my house.
It's just not true, is it? Although you did get recognised recently because you went to a football match with your own viewers. I suppose that really will make up the numbers in terms of being recognised.
Where I managed to lose Fox in the box for an entire afternoon. I bumped into him in the car park, didn't see him again until after the match, but he tapped me on the shoulder and said, "See you later, Kev." Lee, where were you all afternoon?
So Foxy went to the meetup thing.
Yeah.
And then you didn't
see him all afternoon. I walked in with him. And then,
why do you hate your viewers, Kev?
Why do you hate Fox?
I couldn't find him. I don't know where he went.
You calling Foxy small? That's unnecessary.
That is unnecessary.
That's just a low blow, really.
That's heightist. It's not funny.
Yo, Monkey, thank you so much for the Prime. Street Crash, thank you for the 16.
16, bloody Elsie.
Yep. I figured it was just 2, and I definitely. Oh, I don't have hotkeys. I'm on a new computer. Dang it.
Oh, new computer. What happened to the old computer?
Well, I got offered a new computer.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, I know. And so I just took the new computer. I gave the old computer to my roommate because he'd never had a desktop to game on. So that's fun.
I feel like I missed something there, but I'm back now. I haven't streamed for a week. I only stream this now, so I'm very much behind on the admin of streaming.
You didn't stream all week?
No, well, I was away from Friday to Monday, really, and I wasn't really in stream mode. And then Tuesday is the catching up on all the things I didn't do during the weekend. Then Wednesday rolled down, and we had a quiz last night, so I had to do my own YouTube video in the afternoon. And then today is Thursday, and we're doing this.
Today
so there's no YouTube video again. So it's chaos at the moment.
You and your social life, you rascal.
I know. Me and Ellie went to see Hamilton. Me and Ellie went to see Hamilton. I did tell you this last week.
You did. Did the person who works at Hamilton say hello to you as they promised they would?
I remember this.
Good point, actually. No, I forgot about that entirely. But the person that played Aaron Burr, which is a prominent member of the cast, was also in S Club Juniors, which was like a spin-off band of an already popular adult group, and he's now 30, I would imagine. And I recognised him but couldn't figure out until afterwards. And I tweeted him saying he was fantastic, and he tweeted me saying thank you. So again, just making friends, really. Just having a great life.
You're basically in S Club Juniors now.
That would have been good, I think. But he was really good. He was really good.
So Ben, why did you block Douglas Luiz's transfer to Pachuca?
I wanted it. No, well, I'll tell you why. Because he was going to Norwich for £18 million, and then they offered 6.5, and I think that's fair. Now we're agreeing 30 million's fine. So between me and Douglas Luiz, which probably means he'll be an Aston Villa player come September. But it's going well. I love transfers. Cheers, everybody. Cheers. Bloody hell.
So, will we make it to July today?
No.
Yes.
Yeah, we will.
We have to.
We better. We
I
absolutely
would like to make it to October.
Okay,
I don't think we're going to make it that far.
I'd love to play a game today. That'd be nice.
Does
Ambitious, but I'd love to play a game.
Does anyone want to buy Boris Nasiala off me?
I offered.
I'll swap him for Jordan Pickford.
I'd take him. Yeah, I'd take that wage off your hands. That's it.
It's quite a lot, isn't it? I'm going to see if I can sell him first.
Before you sell him.
Well, I just kind of want him off the wages. Oh, Rafinha's wanted by Real Madrid.
So that's fun. So's Ruben Neves, I think.
Oh, Boris is unhappy about the asking price. Right, Olivier Giroud, solve this problem.
Don't judge.
No.
Is there anything better in Football Manager than when you basically get a player who becomes your hostage negotiator, where whenever a player is unhappy, you send out one individual over and he just comes back and the problem's solved?
Yeah, that is my favorite. That's my favorite person on any team. Is the one person that can put out those fires.
I'm a big fan.
Squad status. Oh, there we go. Wanted players. Beautiful. Now, Nelson Semedo is wanted by Real Madrid, which is awkward.
What
Why are you making
shall I
Minecraft villager noises,
purchase?
Kev?
I'm deciding what to purchase.
I like how you said what and not who.
Yeah,
that just
I'm not going to
tells me everything I
humanize
need
these
to know. Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
They're not human.
Yeah, they're just
His
footballers.
His relationship with his players. It's something of a, commodity, really.
Yeah. They won't be here long. They just need to come in, do a job, get out again.
Would actually to everybody there.
Would anybody like to buy Everton Football Club?
Elon Musk, maybe.
I mean, if he's available, I have some debt that needs clearing.
Well, yeah, see what you can do, mate. See what you can do. Oh, Paul's going to sign, but I don't have the money because Douglas Luiz isn't leaving. Go and talk to people, Douglas, please. For the love of God. And then Southampton have come in for Nunes, and that's not going to fly, boys. I'm sorry. Although I will offer him up for 40 million quid. Okay, well, nothing's going well here, is it? Crumbs.
Right. Who in world football is homegrown at Everton?
Wayne Rooney. See if you can get him in, mate.
He's a little old.
Yeah, but he's still, class is permanent. It's one of those, isn't it?
I think Jack needs to agree a more reasonable price for Mason Holgate. I don't think QPR are going to give him the crazy price he's asked for from me.
Mason Holgate. Why do I know that name?
Because he's a professional footballer.
Yeah, but you don't know a lot of those.
I know the ones that are at Everton that I've already sold and now want to buy back.
Yeah, well, you used Ross Barkley so much in the last side that you bought somebody.
He now
from
wants to
Everton,
leave because I'm not using him at all, which is a bit of a problem.
Well, I mean, if you didn't use him, then is it a problem that you're letting him go?
Because I'll use him in Europe, but he signed after we were knocked out, so it never really came up.
Speaking of knocked out, can we discuss why Christian Pulisic was the reason Chelsea didn't go through in the...
All right, guys, muting up. Be back in a sec.
Oh, I see. That's how that works.
I have plucked a player from a relegated team, but it's not Tottenham.
Oh, no?
I got Walker Peters.
Never heard of him.
Okay, Douglas Luiz.
You know what? That's fair enough, Kevin.
Thank you.
Let's offer him out for nothing again. This is the saga of the summer, the Douglas Luiz conundrum.
Does anyone want Rodrigo off me? He's on 100 grand.
I'll take Mason Holgate.
If he pays wages, I'll take you for nothing. How's that?
No.
Well, that's my open negotiation. So your turn.
I'd like to sell him for nothing. So you can have him for free, but you do have to pay the wages.
No, definitely not.
Oh. It was a pleasure negotiating with you.
I
You actually got promoted from the
Dan,
championship.
I will say he wasn't the only one that missed chances at the end of that game.
No, it wasn't really Pulisic's fault. But I thought actually, because he came off of Werner, right? And Werner actually was doing quite a good job.
Werner had a good game. It was then you watch Atletico Madrid yesterday. Substitutions make no sense to me. Atletico Madrid needs a goal, right? And they take off João Felix and Antoine Griezmann in their wave of substitutions. And I'm like, I get you want to get somebody else with fresh legs in there, but at a certain point, two guys that are worth over 200 million over the course of their career.
Well, speaking as the man that had Griezmann in the last showdown, right choice. So, right choice. I think the games that have now set up though, I think Madrid City and Liverpool Villarreal are both really interesting. The way Villarreal play could be terrifying for Liverpool.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're like actually worried about that matchup?
I think Bayern would have been a more logical game for Liverpool, but I think the way in which Villarreal sit back and spring, as you sort of saw against Liverpool City, Like City caught Liverpool out on the break quite a lot, picking spaces apart, and that's sort of what Emery will do with Villarreal, I think. So whereas against Bayern, I think we'd have known exactly what was coming, and it seems a little bit more. I don't doubt they're a better team generally, but obviously even against Villarreal, they got beat. So
Right.
But equally, I think Liverpool and City will be in the final because I think they're the two best teams in Europe. So
Yeah, football.
You know, it could be worse.
Yeah, well, as long as you get Kev sitting over your shoulder going, yeah, football, you're gonna be okay.
That doesn't unnerve anyone ever. So, yeah.
That's actually that's my alarm clock. Just Kev going, yeah, football.
Having some input in the conversation.
The conversation of me waking up in the morning. Yeah, no. Ah. Oh. How do you set up your scouts, Kev?
I let the game do it for me.
Yeah,
Obviously.
I know, don't you?
You've won, Kevin. You can have him for that price.
Who?
Oh. Is he trying to buy Frederick Bjorken? Oh, he's deafened again. Kev, who are you trying to buy that's Jack's?
Mason Holgate.
Oh, okay. I wish I had more Everton youth players. Get another chunk of cash.
Yeah. That's how it works. Right, we want more. We want more Everton players. Yes, that is Thierry Small, who helped temporary Kev win the Champions League. So he must be good.
Let's go check. How is Boris and Ciala doing?
Oh God, transfer windows are stressful. Bloody hell. Bloody hell. What are we doing here?
Transfers.
I need to. I've got a homegrown issue. I've got a squad issue. The team's not really good enough issue.
That feels like the most significant issue.
So I just need players to disappear really, and then we can start the rebuild. Oh,
Okay.
We're nearly in the last week of June. you lot were like, yeah, we'll definitely get to July. You crackers. Surely not.
So this is Boris and Ciala. He is valued at he's transfer listed for 100 million right here. We're taking a tour.
Self-satisfied.
Stupid Chelsea ruining my stupid fun.
Stupid Chelsea.
Yeah. Offering stupid Champions League. In fact, they're not even offering Champions League football. What's the appeal of Chelsea?
Are they getting Harry Kane?
Manor Solomon.
Ah, the Israeli Messi.
That's what they call me.
God, Kev. Wow, Rayon Cherky has fallen so far. He is valued 16 to 19 million, and he's not worth it.
Well, I just need transfers to happen now. If we could just holiday forward 3 weeks, that'd be great. So I know if Fornals has gone or if I need to spend the rest of the summer trying to cheer him up.
Probably gone. You're welcome. That'll be $20.
You're welcome.
Yeah. I actually charge on Fiverr for advice about Football Manager saves.
Nice.
Just trying to catch up to your millions, you know.
Never gonna happen. You've not got nearly enough channels.
I have 3 channels, Kev. I'm getting there.
Hold on, let me count how many I've got. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 5. Oh no, 6. Oh no, 5. One of them's just on there twice.
No, you're just making them up. I don't believe you.
Showing the chat. They can see them all on the app. I'm only counting the ones that have got over 10,000 subs. I'm not a monster. Right, who are we waiting for? Ben.
He's plotting, isn't he?
Sorry, lads. No, I'm looking for my youth players. Got some decent youth players. I've got Umar Saleh, but it's not the best version I've seen, and he's not amazing. But I could sign him if I want him. Oh, well done, Emi Buendia, rejecting a contract at Sheffield United. You absolute wanker. I mean, what are we doing here? I thought I was getting 30+ million for 2 players. Now they're both morons. Hate them. Ugh.
Punch him
Well, I
in the
mean,
eye.
Sheffield just doesn't have they don't have the money to pay.
Well,
Whoa. Sheffield. You have to say which Sheffield. Sheffield United, everyone.
That's true. He's right on this.
It's like saying
Wednesday.
Manchester instead of Manchester City or United. They get
You need
very
to know.
angry.
Well, I
Sheffield
feel like
fans.
context clues would have informed which Manchester I'm talking
No.
about.
Both of those cities have a United, which implies they represent the entire city, surely.
You would think that, Z, but as I've been educated by my comment section over a decade,
What you got to know is
absolutely not.
we're not doing this to be pedants. We're doing this for your own protection, and I think that's a
They will come and get you.
here. It's not about us. It's more about us not wanting to see you get hurt.
It's like calling like Nottingham Forest Nottingham when there's Notts County.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Or calling Nottingham Forest Notts.
Or Everton, Liverpool. They really don't like that. So
yeah.
Again,
I mean, is anyone else in a weird situation where they kind of need to sell anyone before they sign anyone?
Yeah, we're all in that
yes,
situation.
entirely. Stop bidding for Emi Buendia. You could 20 million is yours.
I don't have 20 million.
Okay.
Well,
Easy.
That's
Oh,
unfortunate. That really stinks for you, man.
No, I don't have 20 million. I'm trying to work out how I can make it. I can't even shuffle the budget to make it fit. That's unfortunate. I quite like him. I think he's very good.
Right. Harry Kane, do you want to come and play for Everton? Do keep offering. I'd quite like you to.
Oh yeah, he's elite. Crumbs. Okay. A little bit of the rock going on in the background. Please accept. Welcome.
I have a week to up my transfer revenue retention now. A week.
No pressure or anything, boys and girls, but I've just agreed a transfer for a 15-year-old left back who joins me in January 2026.
Right, so you want to be using him then? Okay, good.
Well, no, I'm just saying we need to get a move on so I can use him. Get a wriggle on.
Kane.
I'd like to sign him.
Yeah, but you're not going to get him, are you?
I'd like to, so I'll keep trying.
Okay. Good chat.
Yeah.
Oh, I would like to. So
yeah, I figure if I just keep going on, he'll just sign for me to stop me asking.
You're failing to account for my determination.
No, you're right. I was. That's my flaw, not yours, Kevin. I apologise.
Are you talking about Harry Kane?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to sign him. I've decided.
He's going
Yeah,
for Kane.
Kane's going to Everton. The problem for Kev, and I don't want to downplay this, Kev, is I don't think Harry Kane wants to go. But don't let that stop Kev's dreams be dreams. Don't let that. Do you know what?
He gets to wear a blue shirt.
Right. Okay. Is that all you've got there? Because I think Chelsea are interested, as you pointed out before.
We're getting a new stadium
on the
soon.
sleeve.
At some point, I think. We could name the stadium after him, maybe. When do we move into that? Next summer.
Is he out of contract?
We'll call it the Harry Kane Stadium.
Put that in the contract. We will name the stadium after you.
Do you really live in? I know we've talked about this before. You really do live in a fantasy world, don't you? Like you do just live in a make-believe world.
Yeah, it's a lovely place.
Is it? Just absolute waffle.
I love waffle
constantly. Yeah, there you go again. Look, just
you said waffle.
Just talking. Just. I can't. I don't even have responses because it's just like you say things that have just got full stops at the end. It's not like I can do anything else.
Waffles are great though.
So difficult.
I don't think they're going to sell Harry Kane to me.
Is he going anywhere, Kane? Because I quite like the idea of him being stuck in. If he's stuck somewhere else.
I think he'd be a great championship player.
Oh, Buendia wants to leave for a pittance, Jack, so you might be able to get him, mate.
5 million.
Who wants to sign Luca Dean?
I've agreed 6.5 with him.
I'll bid 5.
Well, no, 6.5 has been agreed, and that's the price.
That's only 6.5 million.
That's what I'm saying. See, that's what I'm saying. Should probably keep him the more I look at this. I should potentially turn him into a central midfielder. It's only 26.
Streamer was telling you he was really good, and you were like, "I don't need being told how to play the game." But he is very good.
I would never have said that. So again, I'm going to
I've just signed a 5-star potential youngster who's homegrown at Everton. How exciting!
Was it the one from me?
No, it's Thierry Small from Southampton.
Oh, he is quite good, Thierry Small in game. Oh, Julian Brandt is transfer listed.
I've got to get you out of the club. After
Me?
you pop. No, not you yet. We'll get there.
That's what the bouncer said to Kev.
I don't go to clubs. I'm too cool for that.
I would love to see Kev vlog
I've only ever been in a club 4 times in my life. Twice for 6th form Christmas parties. Once to have a look and once to try and impress a girl.
How did the impressing a girl go? That's what I want to know. There must be a story there.
She wasn't impressed.
Well, I'm shocked.
NT.
Do you want to see my Pokemon cards? Did that not work? I'm stunned.
I didn't have cards then, but I probably would try and battle with her on the Game Boy.
That's what I was picturing. Yeah. Again.
Obviously, I'd have had my Game Boy with me in case I got bored. I'm not a maniac.
I've won the Streamer Showdown 7 times. Hello. Checking that would not work. I'm
this was in like 1999. I hadn't won the Streamer Showdown 7 times then.
Oh, apologies.
I thought it was more recent.
I haven't been in a club for
We've got a bidding war for Eddie Buendia. I'm going to negotiate to both clubs at the exact same price.
Who else can I buy from relegated?
Now there's 2 clubs interested. It's within my interest to now up the price from 6.5 million, but not unreasonably so. Just see how much you do want him. And Z also made a noise as if to suggest that it was too cheap, the Emi Buendia transfer valuation. So for that reason, it's gone up to 8 million.
I was going to sign Julian
keep my noises to myself.
He asked for £135,000 a week because he's seen how much Boris is on.
Your whole club's in the mud now. Your whole club is in the mud.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah?
Yes.
I'm not convinced by your answers there.
One of my mods has asked me, why is Boris on £135,000 a week? You know what? It's a great question. I don't have an answer. I'm an imbecile.
He's got great hair.
I'll go with cosine. That's what it is.
What are you talking about? Boris down. So I think it's just a 1 all over.
So I should really be winning the league next season, based on the fact I don't compete in Europe.
It is quite depressing when I look at Boris's league performances this season just gone.
Neither do Arsenal or Chelsea. So we've got loads of time to prep.
Yeah, it's true. Chelsea's going to be locked and loaded.
Yeah.
So is Tottenham, really.
Like last time you sweet little lies.
To a certain extent, if somebody has 27 U21 caps, do you just feel bad for them, or
27 youth caps?
Yes.
It's a long time, isn't it? It does indicate that that's what they'll be doing forever.
Well,
Play
until they're
for the
22.
yeah?
Has he done well for them? No. Why did Chelsea finish so low? This doesn't make a lot of sense, really.
Because we all
Yeah,
finished
they had a pretty bad season, and Leicester's basically fallen to
They
the
had a
back of the
really
pack.
bad season. Havertz, Jorginho, Werner weren't great. I mean, it was bad. It was bad.
They did sack 2 managers over the course of they sacked Tuchel at the end of last season.
I'm not sure they sacked enough. Like, they should have done it more.
They do like sacking.
Good. I don't want to find that funny. I think it's because you said it.
I'm a funny guy.
Oh, he's listed now, is he? I don't think he'll join me, but we'll give it a whirl. I can do that up front. We'll give it a whirl.
Whirly, whirly.
I accept the demands. We'll work out the rest from here, chat. I can't worry about it. We'll just see what happens. I'll let the financial boffins figure the rest out.
Say it with me, chat. F*** Boris.
Okay.
Language.
Boris.
Yeah,
Okay.
Boris.
He's going in hot.
Is this
What's the matter
political?
with you?
What's
No,
happening?
Nasiala, sorry.
If it was political, I'd co-sign. But
I'm
if
trying to
it's
get
not,
him to
well,
resign so I'd have to pay off his wages, but it's not working.
right,
It's like the
crumbs.
real Boris.
You actually tried to get him to leave.
No, I mean, I've offered him out. I'm not going to try and terminate his contract. He was an £18 million investment.
Investment's a strong word there.
Look, if I sell him on for a profit, that is stonks. That is what the kids say, right?
Yeah,
Stonks.
that's exactly what they say.
See, Jack, this is why Zealand Shannon will always be superior. I accept, Mr. Shannon. Enjoy him. It'll be great for you.
Yeah, but you've broken me Buendia's promise.
Yeah, by selling him for more money, you'd be gutted.
Fornals has
yeah,
agreed terms with Newcastle. We're just waiting for a work permit.
You overestimate the logic of football manager players.
No. Next.
I mean, it's true. Wow, you really did butcher me Buendia's 2 years with you, didn't you?
I didn't butcher him. I didn't play him.
I mean, I'd argue that's the same thing.
He didn't start for me last season. Because do you know why? Because when he did play the year before, he was rubbish. So I had to act.
I mean, you did worse the next year without him.
I mean, I didn't buy him, Jack. I didn't do worse. It's not true. Finished high, mate.
You know what? You did finish hard. Did you finish on more points?
No, but I would say the competition amongst the league was a lot tougher in season 2. So, well, that Jack, is because you were far better than you were the year before.
True.
That is true.
Oh, I forgot I'd already sold Zeki Chelit.
See, I'm nothing but fair. You see?
I had the second best goal difference in the league.
Drawing a medal.
That, Zealand, is because you are excellent.
Thanks, man. So are you.
Although your opinion on draft pools, not so much.
Oh.
Andy Herrera is elite, though, I
You
decided.
wouldn't believe the 2 hours I spent researching that, by the way. Good lord. Whew.
What did you learn in the 2 hours? As little as 2.
I mean, how much information do you want? Because I've got all of it.
All of yes is the answer to how much information I want.
Do you want the long version?
I'd like the long version, please.
You know what? You can post the essay on Discord for people to read, but if you could just give us the short version now.
I was right. This is the short version, but not by as much as I thought I was right. But overall, I was right. And Hector Herrera started 6 games for Atletico last year. So have that. Put that in your pipe. Yeah.
Wait,
I
I heard
don't have a
Hector
pipe.
Herrera. I'm assuming the only reason he came up is because you're talking to me.
Yeah, I looked up how many games he played for Atletico. It was 6.
Oh yeah, exactly. like every world-class player.
Not elite, but no. We were talking about the draft pool situation, and just very briefly, there are probably 8 elite talents in the draft pool using Football Manager's equivocation of draft pooling, but you have a problem in that there is not enough balance amongst the three what do you call it? The 3 coefficients that you described.
I've ruined the stream. Why did I bring it up?
Because like the drop off between lots of players in different positions would make it an extremely unbalanced weekend. I don't deny it might be interesting, but it wouldn't be very fair, and I think that's arguably a bit more important in a showdown. But shrug. The only way you could do it is if you got rid of all the players over 150 CA. That'd be the easiest way to do it, probably. Because like Salah, Mane, Son, Navas, Davis, amongst others, I could find the list if you want, but again, I'm not sure we care. Yeah, it's too high. But Salah and Mane are so far away better than everyone else. It's crazy. So like Salah, Mane, Son, Mendy, Davis, Navas, Hakimi, Koulibaly, Basuma. You'd argue like the best ones.
He's Basuma. Love that for Mali.
He's better than like Kessie and Osimhen and Pulisic and Keita and Jimenez and Ndidi. He's outrageous in FM. Apparently. So I found out.
Well, congrats on your research. Because I honestly would not have guessed that. The Yves Basuma part. Yeah.
So I took what you said into account. I thought, I look at it. I take umbrage with you saying that because I don't live in.
Yeah, you are a Premier League fan, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't live in Asia or America or Africa that I don't know about those places or those players.
Yeah, it's basically the only bit of footballing elitism that I can ever flex on anyone. So
yeah, but I don't. But I'm saying you can't assume that I don't know about them because you know about them. That's not how that works.
It's absolutely how it works.
Everton.
Oh, is it? I will say, Z, and I don't like to say this, but this is a very Kevin Chapman-esque argument you're presenting right now, and you should be aware of that.
I left it all on the field. Last week.
Yeah, you lost an extra time.
Oh, I just got an achievement called Cash to Burn. What does that mean?
Oh,
sold a player for 50 million or more. That's the first time I've done that in FM22, apparently. Wow.
Jesus, I thought you were about to end up with a lot of money for no reason, which had me nervous, but apparently not.
I mean, I have now got a budget of 64 million.
Could you sell?
For nows.
You actually got the deal through. Congratulations.
I've had over 100 million out of Newcastle this summer so far.
I miss being able to sell my players to Newcastle.
What a first transfer window I had selling Connor Cody and Raul Jimenez to Newcastle. That was incredible for like 120 million. God, can we go back to simpler times?
Right, who wants to sign Digne and Pickford? I'd like another £100 million, please. I've got transfers to do. I don't feel like I've spent enough money in this save yet. I've barely spent 500 million at this point.
You poor soul.
Sir Jordan Pickford, you would do something like that. That's unbelievable.
He's Sir Jordan Pickford the spoon, though, because he cost me the Champions League.
Is that still happening, by the way?
What?
People get ads like on a crazy basis on Twitch at the moment. I've seen so many streamers and viewers like whinge about it. Can I stop this? Like,
Rhythmix, thank you very much for the kind words. It is a lovely amount of spensies. It's 100% transfer revenue, but we only got 48 initially because it was only 48 up front, so the rest of it will actually go to reduce our transfer debt. So, which isn't, I mean, the transfer debt isn't disastrous. People talk about me being a maniac. That's not too bad. You should see the transfer debt at Dortmund after one window. But somewhere, it's on here, isn't it? You can see clauses. So on clauses, you'll see that we've got 3 payments of 10 million. Oh, no, 2 payments of 10 million. So we actually get the first 10 million pile in July, which is a weird way for it to be structured. And then another 10 million next summer.
Wouldn't be
Smashing.
something that like takes like becomes noticeable. So if it's noticeable for somebody that they're like messaging in his stream, then it's probably something else. You know what I mean?
Oh, I've got to sell, boys. I'm on a continue mission right now.
I've been on a continue mission since almost the start of last stream, to be honest. George Adariscat already has as many appearances for me as he ever did for Kev's Everton.
Well, he was only ever a backup player for me.
Oh.
I don't know why. He's very good.
Because I had
See, normally I
Richarlison.
understand that would be like a burn, but it's got a great feel for the game, you know? Great feel for the game. Not a Kev type of player. He's more of a Zealand type of player.
Yeah, I might have been looking at the clauses we're paying West Ham, but still, there'd be stuff like that if we look at the other way. Fornals will be on here as well. There's money coming in, regardless. I know what I meant.
Luca?
I've got a lot to strike.
I don't need Bellingham. I've got Oliver Skip.
I've got Mwenta, Origi, Bruno Enrique, Dolberg, Giroud, Lucha, Rodrigo.
Oh, so you're having to gamble on who the big ones are.
Well, it's more a case of Bruno Enrique's 32 years old.
I just think it's brave, that's all. I think you're very brave,
I
chap.
just think it's the right play. I'm a brave, it's been said I am a brave individual, so...
Erling
I can
Haaland's
believe
on the
it.
transfer list.
Yeah, he is.
You guys are very
Aw.
slow to this. He's been on the transfer list since the moment the season ended.
Yeah.
I've just been staring at him longingly. I've gone through the whole transfer process of him rejecting a contract and everything. It's very fun. And then I saw Ben threw a giant offer towards him, which I'm assuming was just like
Well, I've just asked his
installments and
agent,
clauses
and
all over the
apparently
place.
204 million is the price.
Yeah, no, Holland's not. He's not coming cheap anywhere. I
It was
did
one-
get
it
an
was
offer
148,
accepted.
yeah.
I did get an offer accepted, but he wouldn't do contract.
Yeah, I did for 170. He said no. He says because I'm Aston Villa. He didn't say that directly, but he sort of shrugged. As
He
I
is
went
a
to Villa.
Leeds fan, isn't he? I wonder if I could sign him.
You'd probably have as
worth
good a
a
bet
shot.
as a better chance than me.
I mean, Europa League Leeds. Do you think he's gonna fancy that?
I would fancy it.
I'm not convinced, but you know, could be. God, there are players available.
He's
for
a
me.
Leeds supporter, surely.
Do you think that's
Join
going to
me
be
and
the difference?
Camavinga. I feel like that's got to make a difference. We're on the up, Erling.
That would be such a power move if you went there this summer.
What, in
That'd be
real
great.
life?
Yeah, you just went, I'm going to Leeds because I want to play for Leeds. He almost certainly ends up at Leeds, right? In his like late 30s.
Yeah, later in his career, I totally
sorry.
see that.
I like that sort of thing. I'm quite romantic when it comes to those sorts of transfers happening.
And my chat would be like, we want Julian Brandt. Look, chat, I tried to sign him. He wanted more than Boris Nusiala. I'm not paying Julian Brandt 100 million,
Of course.
100k
I mean,
a week
Boris-
to pay on the bench.
Boris is only 17. I mean, it's only right that an accomplished professional like Julian Brandt would
Look,
get a.
Boris is very accomplished. Can't believe we're even having such talks.
There you go, Leeds. They're going.
We're
They're
going.
going.
We're trying.
This is the moment.
I don't think he's going to come to me if that offer gets accepted. But we've tried, you know? That's all you can really do at the end of the day.
Do I get any of? When do my youngsters come in? Any of them come in yet? I don't think so, right? Oh, one of them's joining. Oh, he really has. He's really not good
not
yet.
good.
No, I just did the thing we all did. I just went for 5 that I thought were going to be good. Some of which I will not see for years. He does quite good actually.
Does anyone want to sign Danny Ceballos when he arrives?
Joins me in January. He's quite good. Oh, we'll see. Ceballos. No.
He joins me in a week. I really don't need him
I thought about it, but no.
I'll do a package deal with Pickford.
I want them both for nothing then. Again.
Really
See, I know it's gonna sound unreasonable, but it's really just what I'm prepared to offer. That's the major takeaway there. God, players are expensive, aren't they? I dare say too expensive.
Exactly.
I think it's a real problem in the modern game.
It really is. It really is. All right, July 1st. That's where I want to be right now. Move me there.
Take me away.
In fact, I might holiday to that point and just let you lot do what you need to do. I'll do something else.
I'm going to sign all of your players while you're on holiday.
I feel like we need to do some sort of, I'm not going to say quiz because I've just done a quiz yesterday. I feel like we should do some sort of group activity to keep this interesting. You know, as
we could play Guess What's on My Desk.
No.
We could play Guess the Footballer. We think that one of us thinks of a footballer, and then we have to answer questions that you can only answer yes or no to. Maybe.
The thing is, there's questions that get asked that I wouldn't know if that's a yes or a no.
Don't pick that footballer then. Pick one that you would know.
But if you pick a player and you go, have they ever scored at Wembley, and you just don't know the answer?
Well, that says more about your knowledge, mate.
Yeah, Jack, you're pathetic.
You know what? I mean, the fact that Kevin's calling me pathetic is now an all-time low, I'll be honest. I don't think it could get much worse, but here we are. I don't even know how to feel now.
Confused. Upset.
I think I just feel sad.
Yeah, I get that.
Oh, look at Premier League signings of the season. Dolberg, signing of the year. I've dabbed in celebration, but Coco only runner-up.
Not the signing of the year there.
Why can't I scroll on this?
Just not as good. You know, Dolberg took a very average team and made them better.
There's no Aston Villa players on that signing of the season thing.
Why can't I scroll? Why is there not scroll?
3 out of 5 are mine. I am great.
No, look, I didn't want to play. Look, the expectations now on Almada outrageous. In a way, I'm glad that I'm not on that. In a way. Look at my lovely transfer budget that I can't change at all. I'm just such a mid-table madam, aren't I? Look at me.
A mid-table madam.
Good.
That sounds like a
nothing else
t-shirt.
going on. A bigger wage budget for the scouting team.
I've got a bigger wage budget for my loan manager. They're really spoiling me.
I think we should put it towards the transfer budget.
I'm going to go and sack my loan manager.
Whilst we appreciate your input, we feel our own proposal is a better idea. We will look to make our proposed improvement immediately. So not only are they not doing what I'm doing, they're just doing what they wanted to do. What is the point? Why even talk to me about it, Nassef? Why? Hey?
Right, this guy with his beard, get him out.
Why?
Let's hire a new one. We want a better loan manager. This is the real future of the club happening here. We can have another coach.
That's gone poorly, hasn't it? Good chat though, board, honestly. Great chat. Reaching out. Mate, we're 26 minutes. No wonder they don't want to give me more transfer budget. The fact that they even give me any is ridiculous.
Oh, of course, I've got Community Shield to play at some point.
What's your balance right now, Kevin?
Balance, 49 million English pounds.
What, red or white?
White.
Oh,
I've brought in £230 million of transfer revenue this season.
Yeah, see, that's crazy. What am I supposed to do against that? What am I supposed to
do?
Oh, I thought you meant this summer.
I actually operated at a transfer profit last season.
You sold for us for 63 million quid.
Yeah, transfer profit last year.
63 million pounds. What on earth? This game is broken.
I told you it was world class.
Liverpool are giving you 100 million quid this summer.
That's lovely, isn't it?
I'm literally playing a different game over here.
You just got to play with the big monies. Get the big monies out. You got to speculate to accumulate.
Mate, how much have you lot got from Newcastle? I've got nothing from Newcastle.
Over the course of the 2 seasons, I've had 13.5.
Jack's had 100 million, literally 100 million from them.
I've had
You've
about 120 in total.
He's had close to 80 as well.
No, I would quid for probably 90.
Yeah, I'm sitting here with nothing.
Tell them some players then.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'd love to. Newcastle high. Like, dearie me. It's like yeah, good, fair.
Oh, I forgot I sold Alex Iwobi to them as well, so it's actually about 130, 140.
I want my Newcastle money. When's that get here? Crikey. I guess we'll just keep offering out Douglas Luiz.
I think Newcastle need Jordan Pickford.
They'll probably get him as well. As we Is that happening, Shannon, or did you dip out of that one?
What did I do?
Just checking the Buendia thing still.
Yeah, I was going through with Buendia.
Fantastic.
Buendia.
Good.
Well, he's in the top signings next year. Is that going to be good or bad for you, Ben?
I don't. It's not about me. I'm not on the same level as Ethan Shannon. I'm not.
Stop making us the same players.
Why are you trying to compare us? Why are you trying to compare us all the time?
Come on, Jack.
It'd be bad if he signed for you because we're a similar level.
I mean, it's just not true.
Well, no, it is true because Ian's a Champions League team.
If we're on the same level, then you would have had players in the best signings.
I am a Champions League team, Jack. I'm in the Champions League this year.
You are currently bottom of the league though as well. So
I didn't beat Zealand this year. I did beat you.
I beat Z this year.
There.
On a few occasions.
I beat you this year.
Yeah? You're saying you're so far above me. If you're so far above me, I wouldn't have beaten you at all.
I mean, I beat Z though.
Cool.
And I beat Kev.
Yeah?
There's no evidence of that anywhere.
I mean, I'm looking at the evidence.
I wish you'd stop comparing us as if me and Eden did the same. We're not. Okay?
I know that. He's great.
He's not been recognised in England near a pub, has he? Whereas I have this weekend.
It's true, to be fair.
Yeah. He's also going for Haaland, which seems just not a fair process. Oh, that's a fun start to my season. The fixture lists are in.
Oh, bloody hell. I've got Z and then Kev.
Oh, really? Wait,
First two games.
First two games. Oh, delicious.
Oh, blimey, I play all three of you in the first month.
Oh, that's fun. And then City just after that.
Oh,
I've got such an easy start to the season. This is going to be great.
Oh, I have a really nice balanced season. I really like the way this looks.
I do as well, actually. Well, what you're not factoring for is your Champions League games.
What I meant is, like league-wise, I do have a very balanced season. I get a good team.
I also
every
play
few
Wolves
matches.
on the last day of the season in a title decider.
Oh, that'd be good.
Yes, you do. You do play
we get that at home. Oh, that's spicy.
Oh. Oof. Yeah, that's the sound, isn't it? Oof. All right.
Away to Leeds to start the season can make a real statement of intent there.
My start is Norwich, Fulham, Leicester, Everton, Brighton, West Brom, Blackburn. I've got to be honest. That should start.
Hello there.
They kept selling them Alan. That's weird.
I have sold Alan. Alan the Spoon.
Yeah, considering I'm not in Europe either, my fixture list is not bad. There's a little period at the end of December, which isn't very fun, where I played Jack, Chelsea, Liverpool, United. But other than that, it's not too. Actually, that's not.
Jay and the Dons, thank you both for subs.
Oh, joy. But the bit before that, points.
Mason Holgate is now an Everton player again. How exciting.
The odds make for grim reading when you consider Newcastle.
Hey, I fit in registration. Would you look at that?
Newcastle are higher than all of us, although it's similar with Kev.
My board expectation is just top half finish. So
You should check the odds in the championship, boys. They're quite funny.
The Dream 11's got a familiar look about it as well.
Spurs are yeah. The Dream 11. The Dream 11 will be good. Why can't I see the Dream 11? Why am I so confused? I feel like the Dream 11 is just giving me.
I mean, if you're just looking at a Spurs team, then yeah, that is the Dream 11.
Yeah, but it's that's not. How do I just see? Oh no, there we are. No, the Dream 11 isn't just the Spurs team because Ward-Prowse is in it.
He's about to sign for Everton, so he won't be there much longer.
There's the Dream 11. But Tottenham's team is. Thing is, what if they go down again?
don't think that's going to happen.
I have loaded League One to give them the opportunity to.
Surely they're going to be in trouble. So now they're officially down there.
The Sunderland rip down.
Does that mean Harry Kane's now at a pay cut?
Well, this is what well, actually, that's probably true. Oh. Check where Derby are. Oh, Derby got relegated. No, not like this. Oh God, they have no players. I should bring Tom Lawrence in. He's actually really good. He's a big guy.
I love the fact that Barbossa's not even in the Dream 11.
Offers got in for Kane. We've all re-entered for Harry Kane. I feel like none of us get him by the end of this. I stand by that.
I think it'll be brilliant if he stays there.
Yeah, I do as well, really. I'll be fascinated to see how he does.
Zealand's not wasting his time on Kane because he's signing Haaland.
Yeah, but he's not actually going to get Haaland, surely.
He's a Champions League team now.
Yeah, but that's still super hard.
If he's got the money to sign him, I'm baffled.
Yeah, he almost certainly doesn't.
Well, I had a budget of 82 million, and I'm selling Matias Arezzo for 60. So
I still don't think that's enough because you're talking dollars.
Yeah, talk real money. Goodness me. Get Max Bird in. That is the solution to all of my problems. I'm worried that Zia has to pull out of the Emi Buendia transfer to get his guy over the line. That's my big fear. All right, apparently Leon Bailey's wanted by Arsenal. Oh, let's just offer him out. See if anyone decides. Do you know what, Leon Bailey? Go on then. As soon as I know who I actually want to keep, I can stop transfer listing everybody. I can't believe Spurs haven't sacked Conte.
Yeah, that is weird. It's like he knows something. What does he know?
He's like blackmailing the team or something like that.
Oh, there you go. Now Zealand's in for Harry Kane as well.
Jack has bid 220 million for Haaland. I think he's just trying to make sure we don't get him.
No, I can afford it.
Yeah, but you don't need to pay that much money.
No, they rejected. When I went with less, they rejected it. I bid like 180 million and they turned it down. I mean, he's not even going to want to talk to me. I just want to see how much they want for him, really.
You're investigating how much.
Yeah,
it
exactly.
Cost. Okay.
So when you go into a shop where you know you can't really afford anything, you're like, how much is this suit? After you've tried it on, they read the price and you have to act cool like you were considering getting it.
Yeah, absolutely.
None of this sounds familiar.
Apparently the Leeds supporters are unhappy that I've let Mason Holgate go to you, Kev, but they'll get over it. They'll see the light.
Interestingly, the Everton fans are pretty upset I brought him back.
Ah.
So everybody is just fired up.
Yeah.
So everyone's a winner.
Holgate.
Bang, bang.
I'm just enjoying the fact I bought him back for half of what I sold him for.
My football club just looks like an eBay profile. Like, I'm just offering stuff out to people that will bid. That's all it is. I own nothing at this point, really. I'm basically just a car boot sale. Do you have car boot sales in America? Too?
I was gonna say I don't think that translates
They're
particularly
like yard sales.
well.
They're like everyone having yard sales, but in the same place.
Are you discussing car boot sales with Z?
Yes,
Yes.
that is.
I
we are.
unmuted it and I just heard that it's like yard sales, but in the same place. And I knew straight away what you were describing.
Yeah, car boot sales. You can probably picture what happens, but it sounds like they all do it from the actual boot. They don't. They have their own tables and stalls and
Nah,
stuff.
you sit in your boot though, where your coffee's kept, don't you? As
I've
an
never
avid
actually,
car booter.
And none of the
I've
good
never
stuff
really
reaches the
heard.
tables. You have to get there early and lurk as people are
Yeah.
unpacking.
Yeah, literally.
All the good stuff sold straight out of the boot.
Is it? I
Yeah.
don't.
I'm an avid car booter.
I've been to like 2 car boot sales ever, and I've never put on my own stall.
I've done loads of car boots, and
I did a car boot
both as
sale to
buyer
raise
and
money to buy
seller.
an Xbox 360. My parents like, you can get an Xbox 360 if you could afford it.
Wow.
And they wanted to declutter the house, so there was lots of like kids' toys that me and my
Right.
brother had grown out of that we sold out the car boot.
I'd have bought them.
Yeah.
Love
Yeah, I
toys.
was gonna say. No wonder you got the 360. Kev was there, was he?
Yeah, Kev was there, so you're getting out
Looking
the
in
car
the boot.
boot.
Do you have any
I'll have
wrestlers
Action
or
Man,
He-Man?
please. Yeah.
Thundercats,
That's what I
I'll
was saying.
take.
Yeah.
I remember trying to sell Lego.
I'm in the market for a
people just
Castle
buy it
Grayskull.
as it comes out. People are asking what a car boot sale is.
Those
I'll
people
just
are idiots.
Basically, everyone turns up in a singular location, usually like a car park or a field, and they sell stuff out the back of their car. Imagine like a garage
On a
sale or
decorating
yard
table.
sale.
Again, the idea that it just comes exclusively out the back of the car isn't true. Is it? People, they set up stalls, most people.
Yeah,
Although it's called
get
a
a
car
decorating
boot sale
table and a
because you bring
blanket.
it in your car boot and then
Yeah.
sell it.
Yeah, but you don't sell it from the boot ordinarily. From my experience, again,
Okay,
limited experience.
from my experience, you set up your table directly outside the car boot, so you can then sit in the car boot with the lid open for if it's raining.
With an
there's
ice
just
cream
on the
tub full
table
of
in front
floats.
of you.
I'm looking at the car boot sale now. Everyone's got a table. Do you know?
Not
you
to
all
be
bring
confused with a
table.
jumble sale, of course.
Yeah, but you sit in the back of the car boot like that. like the
Yeah,
way you
no, I
position
I
it.
don't think this is the key
Do you know what?
part of it, Jack.
I don't disagree with that, but I mean, you could have the car boot sale without the boot being open. Is my point. You should obviously put your stuff on
I
display.
just think the car boot is an important part of it because it's
No.
where you sit refuge when it's raining.
Yeah, but I mean, yes.
Never
I
trust
don't
anyone
disagree.
selling out of a van either. They're almost certainly
Nah,
marking
no,
stuff
doing
up.
dodgy-
They're proper
dodgy
traders.
DVDs.
You're not going to get bargains out of the
well,
vans.
they've got
But for the
Tesco on
old
the
people
side,
to
so it's sausage
exploit
rolls.
is what Kevin's saying.
Oh, yeah.
No, don't. Whoa, hang on. We've got to stop this, surely.
You're looking for people who don't know the value of what they're selling.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's basically if you've ever watched. I'm sure Z's a big fan of Bargain Hunt. Easy.
No, not
Yeah,
necessarily.
I thought so.
Carry
Watch
Yeah,
it
it's
every
very much
lunchtime
like
around these parts.
very much like that. Bargain Hunt is very much people that go. There's a TV show, Z, where people go to car boot sales and the like, and
Right.
buy things for auction, and then they get like 50 quid, and if they make more than 50 quid, they get to keep more than they got. If that makes sense.
Yeah, they can keep like £7 as their price for being on TV.
Yeah, and they buy a coffee worth £8, and they're usually a pound down by the
Yeah,
end
but
of the.
you imagine the story they get to tell to their friends.
Well, that's it. You get to meet David Dickinson.
He doesn't do it
Who's-
anymore.
No, I know. I can't remember his name.
David
It's
Dickinson.
a
is
rotating
proper-
cast of hosts now.
Sorry, Jack, what's up?
I've met David Dickinson. He was a.
Okay, I
I
can't remember
literally,
what
no,
that is.
genuinely, he was a vile human being.
All right.
Oh, Tottenham
well,
have just offered 28 million for Pickford.
That's my,
what
that's
he said
my
about you.
review.
Right, how much should I try and
what did
push
he
Spurs
do?
to?
He was berating the contestants on
What?
Bargain Hunt.
Had you met him at this point?
No, it was at the event by chance with my grandparents. And
What,
he
you
was
just-
like, literally, he was being a very big diva. And we were like, because what you don't see when they're doing Bargain Hunt is like, cleared around the edge is basically loads of people just watching it be filmed.
Right, yeah.
Like, as natural as it looks. And as soon as the cameras go off, like he just like slaps into like a diva mode where he's like just, you know, proper
What do you mean?
bossing around. Like bossing around the camera people, complain about the audio guy holding the boom incorrectly. Like very
Maybe he
pretentious
just wants
of his
everything
own
to be.
art.
Maybe he just wants everything to be perfect.
No,
I respect that.
no.
I respect that in a way.
Very
Alright.
cold individual. I don't want to ruin the illusion for anyone, but yeah. proper
Very cold
I think
individual.
you just smashed the illusion for anybody
Yeah.
that had any illusion at all about what was going on.
Whereas
didn't really
Greg
carry it
Wallace,
away.
love Greg Wallace.
I don't really care either way, but now I feel like I have to have an opinion on David Dickerson. It has to be that he's an awful bloke. So, you know,
Greg Wallace is good though. Love Greg Wallace.
As long as we all think that Rob Green, former England goalkeeper, Rob Green is
honorary American, isn't he?
Nasty piece of work, then that's fine as well, because he swore at me when I was a ball boy. So as long as that's clear.
I swear at you all the time.
Yeah, but that's fine. That's like water off a duck's back. Not bothered by that. Whereas when Rob Green does it when I'm 13,
well, you should have been quick of getting in the ball back, shouldn't you?
Well, that was the issue, Jack. I literally couldn't have done it any quicker, mate. I was as quick as humanly possible.
Try harder, then. I think is what Rob Green would say.
I don't think he was. He was saying hurry up when the ball was literally in the crowd. It was very difficult to get it back, unless he's got a method that I'm unaware of.
Nobody say anything. Let's see if we can sneak this one through. They probably already know
the situation. You weren't even there, mate.
I'm glad you're over it.
Well, I'm not over it, quite clearly. I don't know if that's been obvious.
Upfront money, it's basically a swap deal. They're giving me 30 million for Pickford. I'm paying 30 million up front for Kane. If we pull this off, it doesn't even affect our transfer budget.
Okay.
But now you're revealing that you're not over it. So I was saying you fooled me.
Okay.
Ramsdale wants to leave Arsenal.
Interesting. Here we go then. Ramsdale.
So he's looking at memes on his streams and not saying anything. Zealand?
It's because he's about to sign Haaland.
Are you reading the meme?
A niche piece of British culture. Jack versus Ben. Zealand. Is that your? Can you pull that face for me? I'm sort of waiting, but I'm looking forward to it. That is perfect. That's what I was looking for, really.
Thank you. Yep.
Excellent. Really good. Really good. Excellent work from you. That.
I practiced in the mirror before I knew that was coming. I don't know. Felt like I felt like that.
Well done.
I felt like.
We can talk about American culture if you want. If your chat feel,
no,
ostracized.
Even if Pickford doesn't go, we've got the money to bring Kane in. Oh, I see. Jack's trying to get the other fella I want.
In your chat there, do I sit there and watch everyone's streams? No, I just watch to see if Zealand's looking at my players. So I just have Z's open at all times. Also, so I can call out his chat for being rude. I've ignored at least 6 comments so far. So
as few as 6.
I'm remaining calm for now. But let me tell you, some people are very close to getting told off. Oh. In my chat, I know someone who slept with Craig David. He sang his songs while in the act. That can't be real. That must have lasted all week. Now these three don't get that, but that's a cracking joke.
Get that?
Well, laugh then.
I did. I went ha ha.
Well, I didn't hear that. So, oh, whatever.
What's the point, Ben?
Is that Jack?
Yep.
I believe it's "What's the point, dude?" is the actual quote. What's the point, dude? I get it's a game, but it's fucking shit. I've not beat very well there. The second time I tried. It was a quote, so I'm allowed to swear. It's like when you're singing a song and like you swear, and you're allowed to swear because quoting.
Yeah, are you allowed to say other words just if you're quoting then?
Jack, can you back off the players that I'm trying to sign, please?
Absolutely not.
Dangerous. That is a dangerous path to lead yourself down.
I see. I'd quite like to sign him. Perhaps you didn't understand the request.
Does not compute. I think Pedro Gonzalez is quite good playing for Spawn. I think you've done well to find him. And
well, my director of football recommended him to me.
It'd be a shame when I sign him, really.
Can we get to July?
I'm trying. No. I'm the only one who's hit continue. There we go.
I did continue. Have a day off.
Shut your eyes.
Nanstay.
I'm selling 2 Keens on one day on the 1st of July. How exciting.
Just the grid thing not work?
You know what? That is well exciting.
Well, that's ruined that, hasn't it?
Fairly, Dortmund aren't considering a £230 million bid for Haaland from me. Like, what am I meant to do?
Liverpool make Kane offer. There he
Oh,
go.
no.
There he goes.
No.
I don't know if you
57
understand.
million.
I'd like to sign him.
Well, it's been a good run.
I've been really
Well,
clear that I'd
Kev,
like to sign him.
He'll be
Well,
near
you should
you.
try harder.
He'll be near you if that's any consolation.
Yeah. I did such a
it's
good
true.
job selling Liverpool as a city to him. I made a terrible mistake.
He was on the way to Everton and he passed Anfield and he thought, oh, that's a nice big stadium.
But he would have
I like
seen
that,
the
yeah.
newly built Harry Kane Stadium.
Well, no, actually, I'm sad to say no. It's not.
If he signs for me, I'm naming the stadium after him.
Okay. Well,
That's
using
a
the
shame
editor.
that you
Is that
won't
what's
be,
happening?
Yes,
you won't be
absolutely.
naming the stadium after.
Okay. That's why you're doing so well, is it? Because a lot of the edits are being used, is it?
No more than usual.
Who will you have to
Well,
sell
still a lot
if you
then.
get Kane?
Do what?
Who are you gonna have to get rid of if you get Kane?
Well, Tottenham have also offered me 38 million for Pickford, so that would cover the price.
£38 million for your. Oh, do me a favour.
Kev, you should try and ask the board to sign Kane and then threaten to resign if they say no.
That's a good idea.
Thank you. Full of good ideas.
Someone in Z's chat, so I think they're great people. All this network game is people waiting for someone to press continue. Yes.
You have described Football Manager
you are-
Online gameplay there
That is
successfully.
exactly-
Manager Online, yes.
That is exactly what Football Manager Online is. So welcome in.
I have got 60 million to spend. I probably should spend some money soon.
I would love it if World Football knew that Aston Villa existed. That's where I'm sitting at the moment. I'd love us to be known.
Do they not know?
Right as well, eh?
Feel like they know.
Ah, I see.
I've got loads of players for sale. I need to start the car boot. This is what I'm saying. I need to go along with about 10 players.
What's the worst that can happen? Just to upset them lot, really.
But you know what? It's all fine. Everything's going to work out in the end. Oh, it's going to be a chaotic deadline day, I suspect.
Either is fun.
Yeah,
I might start using the recline feature in my chat. I feel like today's a recliney day.
You're reclining.
Oh, we're reclined. Oh, God. It's difficult to get tucked in now.
Let's face it, it's nearly May. We've probably got one more season, maybe 2 more seasons of the network game tops. I don't think that deal bankrupts Everton in that time.
I don't mind.
Isn't this already a podcast?
No,
Technically speaking.
no. I think people would like to hear our opinions on the new features. So we should do a podcast that runs for 2 months. Just a thought.
Who's doing a podcast? What's happening? I was
You're
muted.
doing a podcast.
I like
You are doing a
podcasts.
podcast.
I'll do a podcast.
I'm actually doing a podcast tonight, which is why we're doing this early, folks. For those that have missed it, I'm doing something later on. So sorry about that. Live on Twitch though, so if anyone wants to watch, feel free.
Twitch?
Yeah.
I didn't realise Kevin could go that high.
I can go higher than that.
Twitch!
Twitch!
We are here.
My ears are now bleeding. You know what? I thought reclining was a good idea, but it's not very comfy.
On your way
If
back
you'd
up,
rather watch
make
West
Zealand
Ham,
press
that's
continue.
fine.
You know what? I'm going to stand up. Maybe that's the play today.
I think the podcast is also on YouTube. I think it's everywhere. I think.
Oh, this is going to help me wake up.
I'm on it with RDF as well. I believe it's called Road to Legends Football Chat Show. It's just some guys that are part of the FM scene that do it. I'm just doing them a favour, going on, having a chat about football for an hour. I'm sure everyone will agree with everything I say. So
Absolutely certain of it.
never a debate surrounding football ever. So
No, absolutely not.
not allowed on. Someone pointed out actually we don't really talk about football on this podcast on this stream. We never talk about football ever really. It's a
I
very
say football all the
non-football-based-
time.
No, but we don't actually talk about like real life football amongst the 4 of us. Jack put it down to the fact that Kev doesn't know about it.
Yeah, I haven't got a clue.
So that might be it. I don't know.
I haven't watched a non-Peterborough football match for several months.
You have. You're a big Arsenal fan.
I haven't watched them for a little while, though. I've been busy.
Oh. I see.
I haven't got time to watch multiple football matches a week.
I don't mind saying it. Z's going to sign Harry Kane. Well, he's not, because he'll end up going to Liverpool, but he's got an offer accepted, etc.
Well, I've had a contract on the table with him for about a week.
You might get a better table.
Oh, have you got a bid in on him that's been accepted? Yeah. Oh.
Bloody hell.
Oh, well, if you get him over Z, that would be chaos in this call. And I'm not ready for it.
But like you say, he's going to Liverpool. Zealand's not even offered as much money as me and Liverpool have, so he's not going to Wolves.
Crumbs. Okay, well, I definitely can't get him. Well, you're in the Europa League. Jack, get in there, mate.
No, I'm waiting. I'm holding out for Haaland.
I'm going to bid just to be rejected. I think it'd be fun.
You know what? I think that is it's a good attitude to have.
I'm just gonna, do you know what? Just so that I can go, well, I went for him, but he turned me down. I think that's more fun, isn't it?
Lucha still does not have a work permit.
So he's trying to get a contract over the line. It's probably about to blow up. Does it blow up? It did blow up.
Harry Kane wants $30 million a year.
Okay, that you could be speaking a foreign language to me. I need it in pounds per month.
Per week.
Or per week. Per week. So apologies.
Pounds per month. Do you not know what you're actually?
No, where am I?
Well, I've agreed about 400,000 a week with him.
It's not bad.
Yeah, he has more interest in joining Everton than he does me, for whatever reason.
All the money I've thrown at him.
I hope he goes to Liverpool.
I'm sure he will go to Liverpool. I'm pretty sure I've offered him more money than Liverpool, so it's down to everyone's money.
He just asked me for $30 million a year. That is north of $500,000 a week. That is well north of $500,000. It's like $600,000 a week.
Get him in Everton, please. Get it done. I think it'll cause absolute chaos at Everton, so get him over there ASAP.
I'm just looking forward to having him as Calvert-Lewin's backup.
Oh, come on. We're an hour and a half in and we're nearly at June. July. Come on.
We're halfway there.
We're doing this.
Living on the prayer. Take my hand. We'll make it, I swear. Living on, etc. It's really hard to sing with the echo in it, let's be honest. Someone's asked, why don't I get Vardy? Because he's like 52 years in the future.
That was nice, wasn't it? That was
more importantly, why do you have monitoring on in your headphones, you maniac?
Oh, Joshman Massive. That is
because I like having monitoring on in my headphones so I can hear myself. I don't, to be clear, Kev, I'm talking about the delay of other people singing. I don't get a delay with my headset with monitoring. Thank you for the suggestion, by the way, Z, of the SteelSeries headset. Very, very good.
Yeah, thank you. You know, glad I could help. Absolutely no sponsorship involved in that. Just think they're good headphones.
The SteelSeries, if you are watching,
I'm not allowed to buy them. I have to buy the ones Matt told me to buy.
That's blown my mind.
I just can't believe
that. On that?
They're not on Matt's authorized purchase list. I don't think. Someone's just put in my chat, $30 million is £23 million, and that's about £440,000 a week, which is pretty much what I've offered him. So he's asked Zealand for what I've offered him, which is interesting. Come on, come to Everton.
So explain to me how it's $30 million a year. There are 52 weeks in a year. That is more than half. Like,
yeah, but it's £23 million.
Oh, true. I hate the fact that the world uses different currency, and I think I'm suing somebody about it.
I mean, if he comes here, I'm going to have to play him in midfield. I can't drop Calvert-Lewin. This might be a bad idea.
Just sitting there waiting for someone to sign Harry Kane and doing nothing. I can do nothing about it.
Who's supposed to be pressing continue?
I've got nothing. I was just shrug.
Someone put a timer on Jack. Oh, I actually can put a timer on Jack.
Someone put a timer on Jack. Oh, I'll do it.
Yeah, I can. I just realised. How do I do it?
I mean, Z's chat, 'cause I've got nothing to do on my own stream and or in my own managerial career right now. I'm just waiting for a date at this point.
Let's
it's
see
like
what
I'm playing
Jack's
in real
doing.
time in a way.
Oh, Jack's looking at polygons. Brilliant.
I've hit continue.
Well, you haven't, according to this. Oh no, it's Zealand now. It was you. Right,
Why are you
going
going to go me
clear right now.
for? Sorry. If you're going to come for the king, you better not miss.
Oh, it's you, you numbskull.
I'm going to go at me
You're
like
gonna come
that.
for the king. Goodness,
Run in
me.
your gob.
We'll have less gob around here. It's very uncouth.
I'm a big fan of gob.
I bet you are.
Stoppers. Gob stoppers.
I've got a whole box of gobstoppers in a drawer in the kitchen.
Why does that not surprise me? Do you have a drawer full of Chubba Chub lollies as well?
Never mind. I've been timed out in Z's chat. Never mind.
I've got a drawer full of coffee pods.
I just timed you out. What did you do?
Mum bot needs to get a grip. Like, holy shit.
Oh.
I guess yeah. I'll just be here then.
Were you misbehaving?
No, it seems unjust. Someone says Brits can't sing about Bon Jovi. I was like, oh, that's right. Brits can't sing American songs. That's not allowed. Doing like jokes. Mumbot took it overly seriously. And
I think that is out of order. I think you should apologise to everyone, Ben.
Yeah, I know. How bad am I?
No, I'm serious. Right.
Okay, who should I apologise to first?
Written form? Asking the whole of America. Maybe start with the president.
Who am I apologising to?
Bon Jovi, then the president, then Mumbot, then Z's chat.
I won't be apologising to Mumbot. I will apologise to Zealand's chat, other than the person that said I can't sing. We can't sing Bon Jovi. I was defending our right to sing Bon Jovi, Jack. I think if any.
I don't really know what a Kev point is. Twitch just allocates points for as long as you're in the chat, and they accumulate, and then we have to find things for them to be spent on, like making me drink water. I'm too old for all this. I don't really understand it. There you go. Someone's spent 500 points to make me sit up straight, and now someone else is making me have a drink of water. That's the general gist of what Kev points are. Too old for this. I'm also running low. If anyone wants to fetch me another one.
Bloody hell.
Come on then. Everyone has not pressed continue now. Trying to sign Harry Kane here.
Jesus Christ.
Is Eder Alvarez Balanta
Very emotional today, apparently.
No. You do sound a bit emotional.
Exhausted, Jack, is the phrase I would use. I'm exhausted.
2 seasons in a row now. I've been on a net
all?
transfer profit. I'm such a good financial
Are you feeling
manager.
okay, Kev?
Yeah. Feeling on top of the world. Do you want to buy Luca Dean?
Not really, no.
Did you mishear me? Do you want to buy Luca Dean?
No, not really. Again, if you misheard me, no, not really.
Hmm.
You're doing some Darren Brown stuff here where you're going to like use mentalist skills to
Well,
convince
that's how
me
I
that
got Mason
need him.
Holgate off of you. So apparently it does work.
Well, no, I was trying to get rid of him and no one else wanted him.
QPR wanted him.
They were not willing to pay the price that you were willing to pay.
I needed him. Now I've got lots of Everton homegrown gentlemen. We're full of homegrown.
He's quite good at centre-back. Kev, I assume Lacroix is not for sale.
That is an accurate assumption.
Okay.
Well, everyone's for sale for the right price, so feel free to make feel free to make an 8-9 figure offer. 9 probably.
9 for you. Just to check, that's not including pennies at the end, is it?
No, I mean I spent 30 million on him, so I need to at least quadruple my money.
At least quadruple.
Yeah.
I think we're a little way apart in these negotiations, so I am gonna.
Well, never mind.
Nobody,
you could get Luca Dean, though.
step aside.
You could have him for like 80 million. That's a bargain.
A bargain, is that like a bargain?
No.
Oh, I might have found the one.
Oh, the coffee cup is coming up in a couple of weeks. How exciting. Feel like we're missing out one really key friendly on our schedule here, actually. When can we fit in a friendly with Halkin and Flint Mountain? There, it's probably best. We'll go to their place. I'm a generous man. There you go. Did that say that was going to happen at midnight?
What happened at midnight?
I've got a friendly scheduled with Halkin and Flint Mountain. Oh, no. It initially said it was at 00 hours, but it's now changed to 7:30.
That's a shame.
But I thought we were going to be playing them at midnight. That would have been ace. Can't wait for the coffee cup. Oh, it's the big one.
It's the big one.
We need Jack to do a coffee cup jingle for us, like the FA Cup jingle. If we've got anyone who wants to sponsor the coffee cup, we are available to take sponsors. The coffee cup sponsored by Nescafe. That works. We'll change the name. It doesn't have to be the coffee cup. If anyone does want to sponsor it, Buxton Water. We'll call it the water cup if you want. Just getting a sponsor for the coffee cup.
Oh, yeah. I like the plan.
You didn't get to claim that afterwards. Fuck me.
What's the prize for the coffee cup? Bragging rights.
Absolutely bizarre.
Bragging rights to the point of the coffee cup.
Doesn't say holders because we've only played it once before, but in case anyone is wondering, obviously, reigning coffee cup champions over here. The all-time coffee cup top scorer is down in the championship this year, though. That doesn't bode well. What a piece of business.
Deary me.
Piece of business. Who has not pressed continue? It's not the 1st of July yet. Coffee cup should come with £100 million prize for real chaos. That is a great idea. The winner gets Harry Kane. That should be the coffee cup prize this year. We play it now, and whoever wins it, everyone else has to step out of the bidding.
I'm sure Liverpool will really care about that when they.
Yeah, well, I'll withdraw their offer with the editor. We'll make it fair.
Is he here?
You have no spirit of adventure.
I never know if he's here or not. Spirit of Adventure sounds like a pub.
Let's go to the Spirit of Adventure then.
Do you not think Spirit of Adventure?
I don't spend a lot of time in pubs.
Do you not?
No.
You look a bit like a generic pub goer, I feel like.
No, I don't go to pubs. Because I don't drink, so there's not really anything for me in pubs.
They do great Vimto at pubs.
I don't drink Vimto either.
Okay, well, in that case, you know what, Kev? Pubs probably aren't for you, and you're absolutely correct.
Exactly. I'm more of a coffee shop kind of guy.
Have you got like so besides like the boutique kind, do you have like a preference out like, I don't know, Cafe Nero, Pret, Starbucks?
Pret, then Starbucks.
Think about it. You just knew the answer.
Because I like to have an acai bowl from Pret, and then they do the monthly coffee subscription thing, don't they? Back when I used to leave the house, that was great. The only place within walking distance of my house now is a Costa, though, which is a disaster.
Oh, bloody hell. That's poor planning, really, isn't it?
I know.
That is poor planning.
I'm better off going to the Wild Bean Cafe at the petrol station.
Kev, you have a walking treadmill, right?
That is true, yes.
Do you use it much?
I use it every day.
Would you recommend the brand that you've got? Like, have you been happy with it? Is there any downsides to the product that, like, maybe, like, stuff that might
the only downside is it doesn't
more?
I mean, but this is going to be a thing about treadmills in general rather than just this brand. They don't fold as small as I anticipated that it maybe would.
I see.
I thought in the advert on Amazon, it looked like you could just slide it under the sofa. You can't slide this under my sofa. It's probably 4 inches off the ground when it's folded up, I would think.
Could you prop it against a wall vertically, or does it need to be flat?
Probably needs to be flat. I mean, you probably could. I'd be a little bit worried about it falling. I keep my flat under my desk and use it as a footrest when I'm not using it.
So it's not a bad shout. You know, I'm using my stand-up desk tomorrow morning. I very much like just being stood up doing videos. Actually,
you get more energy into them.
It's like when you're like voice actors, right? Like you never would sit down.
How have you resolved the? Perhaps you've got a less wobbly desk than me. How have you resolved the issue of your camera? Does it go up and down with your desk? Is it attached to the desk?
Everything is attached
And
to my
do you get
desk,
any wobble?
including a power brick.
Because I had to
No.
mount my cameras to the wall because they were because I lean on my desk. It was making the cameras wobble.
Now I'm not like knocking it, maybe slightly. I mean, chat, can you see the camera wobbling? I feel like it's
It was
not
really
that
annoying me when I
noticeable.
was editing. So I've got 2 cameras on the wall at different heights now, and I just switch between the cameras.
I feel like it's not. So it does wobble, but it's not like I'm leaning against the desk constantly. If I nudge it, then like it's not.
That's
It's
it,
not
I'm a
like
leaner.
gonna make anyone dizzy.
Is Harry Kane signed for Everton yet? I'll let him be assistant manager as well. He will love that. Come on, Harry. Have a middle name, Harry. Let's have a look. Harry Edward Kane. There you go. Come on, Harry Edward Kane. Apparently Teddy Sheringham is his idol. Oh, and his favoured personnel, Hyung Min Sun. Maybe if I sign him as well. Maybe I can get them as a twosome.
Right. Let's continue. I still want them to accept a bid for Haaland so I can see if he's possible to sign.
Leicester.
Arsenal want Gravenberch. Interesting.
Never seen him become good. Jack, have you ever seen the kid from Leicester called Tawanda Mashawanhesi become good? Do you know who I mean?
I have never heard that name in my life.
He's worth 24 to 29 mil. I've never seen him become better than he is right now.
Liverpool have made a new offer for Kane. What does that mean?
Weird.
Do I have to make a new offer for Kane now?
Ryan Kent any better than he was?
I just want to be able to say I signed Kane for less than I sold Fornals for. That's all I really want.
What are you saying, Ben?
Ryan Kent is someone that's probably actually attainable. Oh, Tottenham have just bid for Alex Tellez. Tottenham have got money.
Tottenham have got loads of money. They're throwing it around like madmen.
They're offering 30 million for my backup left back earlier.
Well, they've offered 27 million for my left back.
They must really be looking for a left back.
He's there. They've sold a couple. He's 30, and I'd be making double the money I paid. But he's quite good. Oh, what do?
You sell him.
Do I sell him?
Yeah, you sell him.
I have to get I have to get another left back in there.
Well, Luca Dean is available.
Is he? For how much?
60 million.
Well, I think we'll leave that one then. I appreciate you, quote unquote, trying to help there. But
I wonder if Spurs want him.
I feel like Tony is actually really good though. I'll only have to go and buy one for a similar price. It's probably not worth it. But Douglas Luiz has left, so we're making money now. 20 million gone. 5 million to the transfer budget. Oh, what's gone on? What's gone on?
The thing is, with Mr. Everton, I don't actually need to sell him. The whole reason I wanted to sell him this summer was to fund Gavi. But because we sold Fornals and Celik and potentially Pickford, we don't actually need to sell him. So we could just have Dean and Loddy rotating. And that's quite a nice situation to have. The only issue with that is Thierry Small, who would then be third choice.
It's fine. I really want Sarabia to just get off my wage bill as soon as possible.
Oh, Jack, you've spoilt my fun. Oh, he's not there. He's spoilt my fun.
I need the board to pump loads of money in. That'd be great. But I guess actually, if they're only giving me 35%, it's quite smart from a club perspective to try and balance the books first. So I'm not even that mad, really.
Balancing the books is for nerds.
Yeah.
See? Zealand knows. Why am I not on the favoured personnel list yet? Unacceptable.
All right, we are officially accepting the deal for Matias Arezzo, $60 million to West Ham.
So they're going to have less money now, right? Noted. There's usually loads of money in the game at this point as well.
Money.
Oh dear. Yeah, I need this July 1st tick over. Never mentioned that.
Love July 1st. Favourite day of the
It
year.
feels like we've been waiting for a little while for it to happen.
I think we've played 2 weeks now officially today on stream.
Play is a really strong word.
This is the business end of the transfer.
I was going to say, this is pre-season.
Ooh. Ooh.
I feel like it's harder to get players' work permits than actual staff members for whatever reason.
Mm.
That is absolutely
Wolves
true.
have given
I
up
agree
on
with that.
Kane. That's sad.
We have, yes, we have given up on Kane.
I just need Luca to get a work permit and I'll be fine.
My board will not permit me to spend the amount of money it would require to get him to accept the contract. We are allowed to spend half of that for our wages. So
Please don't make me figure out how to use him, everybody. I'm only trying to sign him because it seems like a good idea.
Because it seems like a good idea.
I don't actually know what to do with him.
Is that your general transfer strategy? Seems like a good idea. I'll sign him.
Exactly.
Basuma is ridiculously good in Football Manager.
yeah, I was taking a peek at him.
I might have to sit down soon. I've got new glasses with a new prescription and I've got to the point where I'm feeling dizzy.
Brilliant.
Which is not good. It's weird, like the lenses on my new glasses are bigger, so I'm used to being able to look out the corner of my eyes and like not have like, you know, vision through the lenses. Whereas with these, the lenses are bigger, so there's like more of a warp. But it makes me lose my balance if I look out the corner of my eyes.
Rejected Spurs. Curses.
I mean, I don't blame him.
Well, now at least he's on the transfer list now. Thought that was too good to be true.
Mm.
Oh, a scout, is it? Yeah, Pickford can just be a very expensive backup goalkeeper for this season then. He'll be fine. This does mean, with Pickford not going, I probably wouldn't sign Kane. I'd rather have these two. I'd like all three, but I don't think we can afford all three. But we've offered Pickford out. Who am I going to sign to replace Fornals? At the moment, Kane. If not Kane, him. Really, though, we don't necessarily need anybody because we can do... Hold on. Let's get our attacking midfielders. All our midfielders available. So we can do this. Where's Richarlison? 4 hours wouldn't have been starting anyway. Oh, not Barkley. Why is Barkley there? It was supposed to be Skip. That's what I'm thinking at the moment. As my attack. If we get Kane, then we probably put Kane where Skip in that button, drop Gravenberch back again, and have him like that, and him do something like that and have Kane there. You can't start Skip. Of course I can start Skip. Why can't I start Skip? He's better than Alan and Decore, who were playing that role previously. 3-star current ability, 4-star potential. That means he's as good as Gavi. Planning on signing Cabral? Not really. We've already sold Barbosa this summer. As strikers, we've only got Calvert-Lewin, Richarlison, Martial, Cabral. If anything, Martial can go. If anyone offered me good money for him. But Cabral, I think we stick around. Unless Kane comes in. He's always good for a goal. You've got better options. What, than Skip? I disagree. Who's our better option to, if we're playing like this, who's the better option to play that position, that ball-winning midfielder role, out of who we've got? Maitland-Niles, Ross Barkley. They're the only two other central midfielders we've got at the moment. Interested to see who the better option is. Yeah, Skip is good. That's why we signed him. Promise you, Gavi sent attack is got. Yeah, but we've got Gravenberch there. Gavi was great last year as a deep line playmaker. And he's going to be homegrown at club in 2 years, which is going to be super duper.
I just bring in 25-year-old Omar Richards to be my other left back this season with Ait Nouri. And I have Weber. I don't need to do this. We signed both these center backs. I have Maxi Weber. He can play left back. We're okay. Probably I want another. I'll want another one. I'll get Adam Smith. I'll get Adam Smith. That's a simple deal. Oh, will you cool it?
No.
I'll give. Sorry.
I will not.
I'm in a transfer negotiation.
I was helping.
I appreciate that. Will you cool it? No. Okay. Thanks. Oh, yeah. Okay. So my Buendia offer has been rejected.
I got bad news. Sorry, Z. I only get 4 mil of it, so it's not really worth it for me to sell him. And I'm going to play him in a role that makes sense, unless someone's just bid loads. They haven't.
All right.
Well, have you decided you're not selling Emmy?
No,
I'd been waiting on his contract to come through for like 5 days. The transfer just got cancelled. So
I'm going to make a bid of 6.5 million that you've promised to sell him for.
Well, I've got good news. He won't be leaving. He's got a 3-year contract, and if he wants to kick up a fuss, that's up to him. At this point.
Oh, this could. Well, okay.
But I understand you'll want to ruin my life. So
nah, that's not me.
So if that's what you want to do, mate.
I consider it more. I'm volleying back a serve in tennis. I'm just giving you the ball back to play with.
Yes, that's very fair.
No, it makes complete sense to me. Yeah.
Keeping the ball in play so we can keep the rally going. What's everyone's expectations from the board for this season? Mine are top half.
For the
mine is top half. Be competitive in the Champions League, finish in the top half, all the good stuff.
I'm kind of glad that they're not going too mental with the expectations after one good season.
Okay, getting busy.
Ben, what are your board expectations for the year? We're just discussing. Me and Z have got top half finished. Kev's got Europa League.
Have fun, carefree. What are my board expectations?
Yeah, what do they want to do?
Mid-table, mate. Mid-table.
Mid-table. Oh, yeah. Okay then. Easy.
We're just living the life, mate. Living the life.
The dream.
That's it.
Guardiola leaves Man City.
Wait in game?
Yeah.
Would you be annoyed? I'm above them based on alphabetical order
currently. Go for it then.
Is that how that works? Do you think Man City would accept me?
Of course they would. I think you should apply.
That's what you're gonna have to wonder.
I think you should apply and then sign Jordan Pickford and Luca Dean from me. Loads of money.
If Villa sack me, I will be disappointed.
Oh, good. Solomon's in the Dream 11 after turning
Are they in
me
the
down.
Champions League, City?
Yeah, they won the league, didn't they? Or did they? Hold on.
I don't know if I think they came second, right? United won the league.
Oh no, they finished 4th actually.
4th.
Yeah.
This would really change the save. If we get to City. The pressure would be on then. I'm not sure I want that. Right now, I'd go from having no pressure to having all the pressure, which would make me very nervous. I've been given. We'll see what they say. I don't know who the favourite is. Who's the favourite for the job? I doubt it's me. Vincent Kompany. What's he got that I haven't got? Other than a history with Man City. I'll go to City. I'll sign Emi Bundy. I'll have that Zach Steffen as well. Oh. And Frankie de Jong's already there. See, that could be fun. So it's me versus Vincent Kompany. What a treat. Oh, you've signed Renan Lodi.
I have. After 2 years on loan, he's finally a permanent Everton player.
Has he gone? What a waste of money that was. See you later, Sarabia. Good lord, what an error. So I've still got quite a lot of money. My wage budget is healthy. Oh, and now Julian Brandt wants to join me. Now we're talking. Yeah, real love. We've made it to July. This is a real success for the save.
Outstanding.
This is a big moment for all of us. I really should have prepared some sort of firework display.
Yes.
Lorenzo Luca, Jack. Loan listed. That work permit giving you a bit of jiffs. He's got so much money as well. He just can't do anything with him. Oh no.
What's happened?
Just looking at your Luca situation, it's just very funny.
He's so good. Like, how's he not got a work permit?
Do you want me to pay his wages for you? Just to get, you know.
I'm going to apply again because it seems to be bugged out. I can just ask for a work permit every week. What if it's just bugged out forever and they'll always reject it?
It's not bugged out. It's the way of the world, mate. If you got to go figure out if he's even eligible.
He's good. He'll be fine.
He's good.
I just feel sad.
You better hope
it's okay.
so.
Look, it's going to be Muenta's time to shine as the striker.
I have applied for this City job, so.
Are there any other good real Thai players in the game, or is he just the standout one by miles?
He is the standout one by some miles.
Is it facetious to say, I think there's 8 or 9 good? Hector Herrera? I think he's on. Doing jokes. Right.
Suxum's got a great headband. Maybe he's the one. Get some scout reports on all these Thai players.
So let me just get this straight. So far, I've brought in Billy Gilmore today.
Good signing.
Lucky, mate. And I brought in Paul. I forgot about Paul. And he's actually good. He's a big man. We like big men. I'm following the Kevin Chapman Streamer Showdown School of Signings.
That's the spirit.
This is what you do. This is all you have to do.
Exactly. Easy.
Is signed big man.
Yeah, big meaty man.
Yeah.
Big man.
My favourite kind.
We'll see if he's actually any good for me. Yeah, I'm hopeful. That's all I can be. Woo! See, Alex Tellis' crossing could be crucial this season.
Oh, forgot we signed him. Oh, he's not here yet. Danny Ceballos, welcome to Everton.
That's such a weird signing. Why have you signed him?
Because he was free, and I didn't. Yeah, it was just like 2 months ago.
Skip Barkley. I guess you're quite short in there. Yusuf Demir just chilling out.
That's what he does.
God, your squad is so infinitely better than mine.
I'm a very good manager.
Okay.
Very good transfers.
I could not agree more. Yes, Clayton. Yes, I believe so. Yeah, weird. I'm not sure Ben Godfrey's that good at right back.
Well, according to the star rating on my squad depth, he's the best central midfielder at the club.
Oh.
So, Ben Godfrey's a strange anomaly.
It's quite similar to Declan Rice, I would say. So, based on that logic...
He is also new club captain.
Apparently... Wait, what's he better at? Oh, speed. He's not as good as Declan Rice.
He's the best at the club at centre-back, right-back and central midfielder. He's just the best at everything he can do.
He's fast while Rice is good at defending. But they're quite similar. They're really technically attacking vision. Even like defending's not that far apart, really.
World Cup winner Sir Ben Godfrey as well.
It's actually weird that Rice is better defensively because he's not a defender. Interesting.
Someone's just asked in my chat, what's Martial doing in that squad? Would you like to tell them, Ben?
Yes, I wanted Martial for a cut price deal and Kevin Chapman stole him. So that's the long and short of that, isn't it?
Absolutely it is.
No more to add, Your Honour. Has anyone made a good signing yet? That's what someone's asked. Is there a signing that you're particularly proud of, chat?
I've got Gavi permanently now.
Is that good?
He was great last year on loan.
Yeah, we've talked about him being great, haven't we?
Yeah, but you said Fornals wasn't great, and then I just sold him for 63 million.
It's not evidence that he's not great.
You sold Fornals? That is treacherous. When you said it earlier, I thought you were joking.
No, he did. For mega money as well.
If he was so good, you wouldn't have sold him.
Mate, Gravenberch is bloody good, isn't he? He's like Bellingham.
Ooh, I can sign Bellingham. That's a good idea. I need a midfielder. Bellingham.
I hate him.
You are just a unique individual.
I'm his scout. That's what annoys me.
He wants to go to Liverpool.
I'm hired.
I hope he means the City.
I've been hired as Kev Scout and I had no idea this was really happening.
So I've realized that I still can't convince the best players in the world to come, so I'm just going to build a nice deep team that fits into my registration. That's my new plan.
I like that. So hang on, have Tottenham come for Pickford?
Yeah, but he turned him down.
Oh,
they
offered me 38 million for him.
They're still 91-1 on to win the league. They're still quite happy. Are they not that bothered? Why can't I just get to the Dream 11? There you go. See, Southampton have got quite a few. Like, are you getting Ward-Prowse? Is that not happening?
No, I withdrew from that one.
See, surely Southampton players can't be happy.
Don't have room in the team for Ward-Prowse.
They've got Mitchie as well.
I feel like you of all people, you should always have room in the team for Ward-Prowse.
No, that would mean dropping Oliver Skip, and that would never do.
I understand completely.
Southampton want 105 million for Ward-Prowse. That's going to be a no, boss. Absolutely not.
Sanderberg for 45 million.
Now the Pickford deal's come through. As things currently stand, if Cade agrees to come to me, I'm going to cancel the deal because I've got other players that I want instead. Oh dear.
Why have you played like this?
Oh my word, we've made it to July.
We really are motoring at this point.
Oh, Jude Bellingham's not interested in discussing terms with me. That's a shame.
I kind of want to just play that.
What
I'm confident. I'm confident I'm going to be able to. Why do you always have to bring up arseholes in some way?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What, so butthole's fine, but arsehole isn't?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yes.
I feel conflicted.
Where'd you draw the line?
Between butthole and the other one.
What's that? Arse is a swear word now.
Whoa. Yeah.
Bloody hell.
Well, you can't say that either. What are you doing?
Sorry, it's bloody a swear word now.
Whoa,
like he's not beat that. I think bloody is fine.
Is it? Depends on the context.
Apparently so. He's not become mental about it.
Contextual understanding of the word.
I feel sorry for all the dogs that watch Kevin. They just hear high
I do have a lot of dogs that watch.
I miss this.
Very popular with canines.
Very popular with canines. LOLLUJO, everyone.
See that? See that? That's funny. I'm extremely popular with canines.
I am.
I don't even know what to say.
Well, that's why Jack's a big fan, obviously.
I'm a golden retriever.
Golden retriever energy. Golden retriever energy. What the space?
Not allowed to be passionate or excited about things without being called a dog.
I've never called you a dog, to be fair. That's not coming from me, is it?
I feel like you have called me a golden retriever before.
Yeah, but only off the back of Harrison correctly identifying it. It wasn't me.
Oh, I found a player who I thought was really good, but he's injury prone and inconsistent.
Sign him anyway. What's the worst that can happen?
He might still be a good backup for the price. For 2 million, I might take a punt on him to be fourth choice centre back.
Can I open a question about Football Manager up to the floor?
Please do.
What's the worst thing about Football Manager?
The 2D match engine in 2022.
Are you meaning the 2D match engine, or are you meaning
the graphics engine?
So
I think the graphic.
it looks poor.
I think, yeah. I'm not expecting it to look like FIFA or anything, but like the stadiums haven't been touched in 6 years.
Are you comparing it to what's it called? Top 11.
No, not really. I just think they could be. They don't see any progression year on year. We seem to get a big overhaul to like stadiums once every decade.
So we hear a lot, don't we? About
and then progressively they upgrade the lighting and like new animations get put in. But we're at a point now where players don't slide around anymore. I'm talking here more about the modelling and stuff. We've had the same burger vans and the same stewards and the same grounds for like 7 years straight. I understand you can't have the real stadiums constantly, but like the stadiums are pretty.
For those who haven't seen it, this is Top 11's first 3D match engine. Now, I don't know how it's created and if it's done off highlights rather than a real-time match engine.
I mean, the weird thing is, right, it's...
But you have to wonder, don't you?
Yeah.
Like, how the FM's engine is quite...
Well, I think the engine that FM uses is fine. It's just that they don't invest much into the art budget because a large majority of people play on laptops that don't have graphics cards.
But then this is on phones. Top 11 is made for phones.
Well, yeah, but that's. I mean, phones are getting more powerful than a lot of laptops now. Like you buy a phone now, it has a processing power that's better than a laptop from 5 years ago.
I guess the question is, do people think that this looks better than Football Manager?
I don't think that's the question that needs to be answering. I think it comes down to.
I mean, they don't even have burger vans, so no.
What is the critical turning point where, like, basically, it's not, in my opinion, it's not how game development should work that we get a 3D match engine like visual overhaul every 5 years. In terms of the fundamentals, I want a solid foundation that can be improved on year, rather than, hey, here's some new stadiums we plugged in 5 years ago, and then we don't see them change progressively. Because I think the issue is that the art of Football Manager, like the art direction, is always going to come secondary. But I hold hope that with the Xbox edition and with there being this whole new player base who play on machines that have a standardized spec that is more than capable of running 3D, that popularity might be the push that SI needs to actually invest more into the 3D match engine's fidelity.
It's interesting because they would never use, like, obviously it's quite a major, the 3D engine is a major, this is the bit I find interesting. I think this is the most telling bit, actually.
So someone's written in my chat, like, gameplay overlooks me, I'd rather they work on the game itself, but you can have both. It's not like the people working on 3D are like take away from programming time. Ultimately, Football Manager just doesn't have a massive art team. It's never been a priority, and I think it should be.
The thing that's telling to me is that we are given 6 different camera angles, or whatever it is, 7 total, 1 2D, 7 3D camera angles. And 3D is pushed by the developers, right? Miles says 3D always looks like better than it ever has done, this sort of thing. But you will never find Football Manager's 3D engine used in their promotional campaigns. When you think about the promotional campaigns and the adverts for Football Manager, you will never see the 3D engine used within any of it. And that to me is quite telling that it's, again, I believe, I don't disagree that the fundamental parts of the game and how you manage the team is the most important part. I completely agree with that. But from a visual perspective, we never see that used in their way to sell their own game.
Maybe people disagree with this. Someone's written in my chat, although between them fixing dynamic youth development and slightly better ground graphics, what's more important? I'm not asking for slightly better ground graphics.
Why'd you have to choose?
Even if we did have to choose,
that's the bit that's weird to me.
This might be weird. I would rather have a better looking 3D engine that I see constantly over a tweak fixing. We'll say fixing dynamic youth ratings.
Which are you spending more time looking at? Is likely to be the point, right? Yes, dynamic youth rating is great, and you'd want it to be working.
I want both to be clear, but if you're saying, would you rather have marginally better graphics or dynamic youth rating work better than it does now?
I don't think we have to choose.
Hot take, I'd probably prefer the slightly better 3D.
Me too. But so the question changes a little bit from.
Someone's just said in my chat, Xbox Edition's like playing a completely different version. It's not. The Xbox Edition is the touch version from the last few years. It's just not completely different. They fundamentally share so many fundamentals. They are based off the same source code.
Say fundamental more.
Fundamental.
Fundamentally. I think it's an interesting conversation. This is probably the sort of sit-down conversation people would be fascinated to hear us four talk about. Considering how involved we are with.
I actually don't disagree with that. I was enjoying listening to you guys talk about it. I was kind of just, clicking through my business.
What do you think the word, other than international management, which is obviously that is number one, but outside of that, what do you think is the
international management is the worst one? I think I get really fixated on the set piece thing. I think for a game that values, for a game that admits itself, really values like the tinkering, and it allows you, if you want to, obviously you can be Kev if you want to, but it also allows you to just bury yourself in what is the right way to do something and setting up every situation, that for your like free kick plays offensively and defensively, you just have almost no control over them. And for your set pieces, they're still, it's very limited. And then the way that the screen is put together is just not user friendly at all.
Shall I play devil's advocate? Because to be clear, I totally agree with you. But what someone might say is, if they give you too much control, does it become too powerful for the user?
No, I don't think it should. I think that if it does become too powerful to the user, that's like saying, well, if you give people too much control over the match engine, then they're just going to break it. And eventually they figured out how to make a match engine that you couldn't just completely break no matter what you did. And you feel like tactically we have a lot of control over what's happening.
Do you not
feel like
good?
No, the number one thing they need for set pieces is presets. The same thing they do with tactics.
You're right.
You have I want to run a near that could actually make it easier for people, because a lot of people don't open it because it requires this Tinkerman mindset. And so if you go into the
frothing right now,
preset near post, and then you're good.
Can I suggest something? Do you think mental attributes should all be hidden?
I think all attributes should be hidden.
I don't think mental attributes.
There's a bigger conversation. There's a bigger conversation.
I think they hide the right amount of attributes.
I think they should just add more customization options if you want to hide attributes at launch.
I think it's enough to have a report that says this player's really fast. You don't need to know he's 18 out of 20 fast. Just he's really fast. That's enough information.
But do you think as a snapshot that's harder to digest for someone than to look at a profile?
Yeah, that would be great. Because in real life, you can't just look at a player instantly and know what they're good at and what they're not.
So you're saying it should be harder?
Yeah.
Yeah, someone for difficult. I think the game's got easier.
I think it's got easier for people that have been playing it for a longer period of time, but I don't think it's easier for new people.
It's easier because we've been playing the game.
Yeah, I don't think it's easy to pick up.
It's not easy to pick up. I know that because I attempt to explain the game that I play, and I just give up at a certain point sometimes.
I feel like the game has changed a lot, though. Like, there are way more tools that can give you an advantage over the AI as you add more and more features. Because at the end of the day, you're like playing poker hands when you go into a match. Like, you can play the best tactic possible and have the odds weighed in your favor, but you can still not win.
Someone in my chat just said the little polygon thing. That'd be fine. You don't need the numbers. Just have that for each player. That gives you a nice idea.
But like as you add in like team talks as options and like just more team meetings, more dynamics bits, that's basically giving you more and more ways to get an edge over the AI. And I don't think the AI is as good at making intelligent decisions on a lot of that stuff. Like, you just have to look at the AI transfers.
Because ultimately, right, the attributes would still exist. They would all just be in the hidden category. But I think it'd be such a huge fundamental change. They would never do it. And actually, the reaction to them doing it wouldn't be positive.
But they have done it with fitness levels and stuff like that recently, haven't they? They've hidden the actual numbers and everyone kicked off.
It'd be an
and now it's
here, right?
probably better. I like not knowing that someone's at 87% conditioning.
I guess
are they fit or not?
Yeah, I think you're right. But how do you do that with a player attribute model? I think that is trickier to do.
Well, you could take the existing star rating thing and put it across those main categories you've got on the polygons. You could give them 4 out of 5 for defending, 3 out of 5 for physical, and just give rough ideas. And then you have to work it out.
Does it really well. You just have you know how you get your recommendation grading? Basically, they break down different elements of a hockey player's games, like their skating, stick control, like, I can't remember what the others are, but it kind of is inconsequential. And it just rates them from A to F, like a grade sheet, like an actual scout would grade a player in real life. I mean, and then alongside that, in Eastside Hockey Manager, you have a written scout report.
Yeah, I was going to say, the coach report's got enough information already. I'm looking at Kevin and Babu now. It says he's got a long throw, he's really quick, he's a physical player, he's not very consistent, and he's got a fairly determined attitude. That's plenty of information. You don't need numbers. Just reading the scout report, that's loads of information. You now know basically what he is. He's a really quick fullback.
Yeah, but the difference between him, I guess the argument would be then, is that how do you quantify the difference between him and someone who is equally like that, but at, like, I don't know, League 2 level, who is a quick fullback?
Well, he has a lower star rating.
So is the star rating then the only?
It also says on here, good Premier League player.
So it's only based upon, so it's entirely based, actually, not only, but it's entirely based on.
It always has to be relative.
So your staff have to be the people to indicate whether that player is this good or that good.
Yeah, that would be awesome. That's basically how I play the game. I don't really look at the attributes unless I'm playing in the showdown. I usually do everything based off these reports anyway.
So now you're saying, unless I'm in the showdown, is completely contradictory to your entire point.
Well, no, because the attributes make it easier. So when I'm in the showdown, I look at the attributes because I need all the edge there.
So you're saying you're intentionally making Football Manager harder for yourself to make it more interesting, to make it a better game?
I like messing up. I like getting transfers wrong.
So
if you're looking at attributes, it's pretty hard to mess up a transfer.
Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 10, and we can all answer this, how hard do we think Football Manager is? And obviously people in chats can say that they're their own.
I would say it's like a 3 out of 10. I genuinely think I could go to pretty much any club and win the league within 2 years and then win it every year. Yeah.
So to clarify the question, how hard it is, how hard is it for you? Not from a general perspective. Again, I'm asking out of 10.
For me, it's a 3 out of 10.
In all chats, right? For you, it's a 3, Jack.
What in terms of difficulty for me or difficulty for anyone?
For you.
I don't even know how you it's easy.
Yeah, I was like, I don't really know how
I
to.
can't do.
easy.
I can't do badly.
Yeah, which is
It's
why
very
I make it
difficult for me
harder
to
for
do
myself to make the
badly.
videos interesting.
So you're probably similar to Kev then, in that there'll be situations that are tricky, but actually overall, so you're like a 2 or 3.
There is stuff where I intentionally do stuff wrong, and then the YouTube comment section will ridicule me for. I'm like, I can't. I'm intentionally not playing the game.
See, that's
optimally.
why I play with my rules, because then I don't have to intentionally do stuff wrong, but I'll make mistakes through lack of information.
So that's interesting, isn't it? Because I'm sort of well documented in that I never play optimally. It doesn't mean I don't know how to play optimally, but I don't ever play optimally for that. The
only time I do is when I'm in the showdown.
Yeah, see, I don't even then.
I also like not knowing everything that's optimal. I feel like the game gets boring.
We've got
we've got
Dean Gripton in the chat off of Football Manager saying he thinks it's too easy for an experienced FMer. The lower leagues in particular are too easy to whiz through. So he confirms. The voice of SI has spoken.
I mean,
asterisks
the views of an employer that may not be representative of their employee.
Yeah, I'm just throwing him under the bus because if he's commenting in my chat.
I think it's a good conversation to have, though. From SI.
But then, how do you make it harder for us, but still accessible to new people? That's the problem.
This is a question. Well, this brings up to the ultimate questions. Should there be a difficulty level in Football Manager, and if so, what does that look like? Is that to play on quote unquote hard mode, they take away attributes?
I feel like a difficulty setting already exists.
Where? How?
Well, in terms of you can choose attribute masking depending on what you delegate to your staff. Like you can make the game easier or harder for yourself. Like just it's not in an official capacity. Like the game already has essentially stuff that you can do to make it difficult. Be that you don't take control of training and you delegate it. You don't assign your scouts, because I think if you micro absolutely everything, it's almost impossible to go wrong.
But it also takes an absolute age doing it that way as well.
And their job, and everyone is different in this, right? So I acknowledge that the game is easier and I could make it harder by using attribute masking, but ultimately I'm finding the balance between what is hard and what is fun, and that's basically what they're having to come to the conclusion of at the end, because they are making a football simulator, but they're also making a game. Like, you don't want to load Football Manager and go, bloody hell, I'm going to have to go through all this scouting because I don't know. It's almost as if they need two versions, one hardcore one and one touch version, for example. But they're trying to create snapshots. And it's interesting, Kev, that you'd want it to be harder. But as a creator, you probably wouldn't want it to be harder, actually.
I think I would. I think for a long-running series, like, for example, in Non-League to Legend, I've won the league at Norwich, then immediately went and won the league at Real Madrid. Now I'm doing really well at Dortmund, and it's like, well, I go from club to club to club, and I'm not failing anywhere, so I either have to deliberately manage a club that's not realistic for someone who's already managed top teams to go to, or I go in accepting the fact I'm going to win the league within a year or two, and I'm probably going to win the Champions League within a year or two. And it's kind of inevitable. So I think from a content point of view, it would be better if the game was harder. I'd love to get sacked more often and fail more often, because you should really
play like I play. Should really follow my model. But it's interesting. I've taken a series off YouTube because it was quote unquote too easy.
I mean, the issue, I mean, it's tricky, right? Like, I'm doing a save at the moment with Sochaux, French second division. Intentionally not playing optimally, only allow myself to sign French players and one foreign player a year. And in 3 years, I've gone from League 2 to finishing 10 points behind PSG in second and getting Champions League football 2 years in a row.
You're just a special talent, Jack.
Well, no, I mean, but that's the issue for me, is that I am intentionally trying to do stuff suboptimally. I am limiting my transfer pool so much. I have like the lowest budget in the league, but because I've played the game, I can still just come second without microing everything, just because I think the game is too easy. Like,
it's interesting, but then much like the fellow from SI said as well, that for us, we're at that point, and for many people watching right now who have probably played the game for years, we're at that point. But if you're a new player, it is like, and Holly would be a great example of this, it's an incredibly complex game to learn. Like, and to have the understanding that we have has taken us, like, Z's fast tracked it a bit, but it takes a lot of people like a decade or half a decade to get to that point.
Counterpoint to that, I'm sure Holly won't mind me saying this. Holly got sacked 1 year, and with maybe an hour of advice from me, was able to then the second season win the championship with Hull comfortably and get promoted with like the third lowest budget in the championship as a completely new player.
Yeah, but
she's
obviously got some special talent to be able to listen to you for an hour.
Yeah, and she won the Streamer Showdown. I mean, you've done it for 2 hours today, Kev.
Oh,
goodness.
All just got talented people here.
To be fair, Kev's right.
Yeah, I mean, true. But like, I do think the game is just too easy.
Interesting. So what do we do about it? Start our own game.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that would be the solution right now.
Soccer Manager, anyone? Soccer Manager network game. Soccer.
It's an interesting conversation. I hope people are enjoying the chat. There's not really a right answer. None of us are right in this, but like we obviously all have different views on it. It's interesting.
I think the other tricky thing for SI is, you want to add in more features and give people options of how to play the game. But there's like this weird thing where you can't make it so everything that gets added is necessary to do because there's certain stuff people aren't going to touch, and like press conferences, like training and stuff. But if you know people aren't going to touch them, then it's like they can't be that powerful. Otherwise, people who don't use them would just struggle.
Well, that's the important thing. There's a difference between making the game harder and making it take longer. I don't want it to take longer. I want it to be harder. I don't want to have more stuff to do.
So the question is, can that coexist? Because I'm not sure it can. I think Football Manager is trying to get better at giving you snapshots of information that you can digest quickly and then use to make your game or to make your managing experience more realistic and more fun. I think they're trying to do that with data this year. For those that are like, well, when have they done that? With data, they're doing it this year. The Data Hub, that's what it's there for. They're trying to give you a quick snapshot of how you can process what's happening within your game. So can you do that with a player profile screen? Because they might say, well, yeah, your snapshot is the fact that your key attributes and your most proficient attributes are green, and the ones that aren't so good are grey. And that so when I'm looking at a player profile, I'm not looking at every single attribute. I'm going, he looks like he's probably pretty good straight away. And can you do that when you have to read X amount of lines? Or would you become accustomed to seeing so in the coach report, each pro has a picture. Would you become accustomed to knowing what all of those were? And is that how you would do it? Would you just think, oh, actually, I know that means naturally in a couple of positions, etc.?
Genuinely, I think the easiest thing to do to make FM more difficult would be to have more hidden attributes and have hidden attributes that exist more powerful and more obfuscated. It's kind of unrealistic. I can go and find a 16-year-old in Paraguay, scout him for 3 weeks and go, very consistent, not injury prone. It's like he's never got injured before. Like you could have a player who's not labelled as injury prone because he's never had a serious injury, but then suddenly he breaks his leg once and it turns into, say, a recurring injury where he never gets up to full fitness.
And that's why I leave it all up to my scouts
before he's broken his leg.
Because I don't see that player.
Interesting.
Well, no, those scouts would still bring you that player and give you those scout reports, though,
That's
Kevin.
ambitious. I don't know that they would.
That's so funny. Like Clayton thinks that's equally funny. That's so good that you could scout a player for a few weeks and go, very consistent. Look at it.
It's like play 2 professional games.
In the 3 weeks I saw, incredibly consistent.
Definitely has 20 pace. Yeah. I just feel like you could do way.
Is consistency an attribute? I'm looking at the attributes.
It's a hidden. Basically, I think there should be more hidden factors that you can't see at all / easily see within a few weeks of scouting that influence how players act and perform.
I'll tell you what, they're going to have to get another pad, the guys at SI, in the last half an hour. Okay.
Like, do you not think it's a bit mad that you could just go and scout a 16-year-old and go, he's determined, after a week? Like, player personalities, you should get misinformation as well. Like, if you scout a player, a scout might see him play 2 games ago. He had a great work rate that game, great determination. He comes, it's like, okay.
I'll be
he knew the scouts were watching.
Honest. I think you do get misinformation on potential. There are absolutely players in the game where they will have 5-star potential and they're just not.
Oh, of course, but I feel like it doesn't burn you when it's a player who's super young as much.
You've looked into that, right, Z? You did a video on this. So I'm a big fan of the channel, where you looked at scout reports and scouting being inaccurate, despite they could be the most perfect scout. They could still inaccurately scout players.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So big fan. Watch a lot of these.
Yeah, appreciate that, man.
So it already exists. Curious.
Yeah, no, I call them Well, I came up with different terms. I can't remember what they were, but I know the last and worst category are the illusionists. These are the people that you think are got world-class potential, but it's just actually not there.
But the issue with those
Well, there you
players
go
is
then.
often
Rather than having the attributes as absolute, have them based on what your scout thinks, like the scouting stuff is. So the attributes will change depending on whose lens you're looking through. Then you have to decide who you trust. That'd be beautiful.
There's also the issue of like with those players who you sign because your scouts, even after like months of scouting, think have good potential. You sign them, they're at the club for a year, and then you go, actually, this person doesn't have good potential.
Yeah, they just haven't improved much.
Then you can still sell them on because the way the AI views them is they might still have that potential that you also saw.
Is the irony in a game that's trying to be as realistic as possible, its biggest flaws is that it's not realistic?
Yeah, but then again, it can't be realistic because we aren't credited UEFA.
I think you shouldn't be allowed to launch the game until you have your National B license. You have to. You can be a coach. Then you have to add in your serial number on the back of your certificate you get off the FA. Then you're allowed to play different bits.
But we think.
Now we're talking.
So we think making it harder is ultimately making it harder is making it more realistic. That's how you make it harder.
Yeah,
I think making it harder is making it less possible to know everything. Like Z makes a great point. Like potential is that thing, but there should be more variabilities and more variables that aren't as clear like potential. Like as far as I'm concerned, something like consistency should be something that you can only know after a player's played at your club for like 2 or 3 seasons. Not something that you could just scout.
Probably, but like the majority of a season, and then you kind of have a feel for it. I think makes sense.
But like the idea that you can scout a player, like I guess the argument is a scout could go back and watch a certain player's last 2 seasons of matches and go, he's consistent or not. But it's just a bit of a flawed notion, the fact you can scout a player for full knowledge in a month.
There's a question I don't know. I genuinely don't know the answer to. I assume the answer is obviously, and I don't think anyone's tested this. See, this is a video.
Okay.
Can hidden attributes change?
Yes.
Yeah, they can.
Dramatically so. I assume they
dramatic. Not dramatic.
I mean, the injury proneness can like shoot up, and consistency can change like through game time.
So the one I would bring up is Loris Karius makes a big mistake in the Champions League final. With his important matches, bomb if you make a big mistake. Is that the sort of attribute that should be changing? Because there's no doubt Karius was affected massive. That one game against Madrid for Liverpool, he in Football Manager took a massive hit, probably with hidden attributes and with his own mental attributes.
Yes.
So can that? But what I'm saying is, can that happen in game? If you have a goalkeeper score an own goal or a defender score an own goal, would that then hinder his hidden attributes massively, as in the same way that they would react to it game to game? It's interesting, isn't it?
My question would be though, like if you have a big error in a one-off final, does that mean you're actually bad at important matches, or does that mean you just had one lapse in concentration?
This is the thing. But I think SI have changed it. That is literally my point now. Does it mean that? Because Football Manager definitely hindered him or hurt him because of that. But would that actually happen within an actual save game? I don't think it would.
No, I don't think it would either.
I think it changes like bravery. What can, because bravery is the one attribute that can massively fluctuate, and like often it goes back up. But like a player can get a bad injury and their bravery tanks. I just feel like there should be basically, I think there should be more stuff that happens outside the user's control that radically alters how players play. And like, there's just you're almost giving too much information as the user to make informed decisions, bizarrely.
But does that come back to what Kevin said a minute ago? Which is, and again, whether I agree with all this or not, I'm sort of directing the conversation a bit. That what you're actually wanting is you'll end up spending a lot more time doing what some people will describe as trivial. And again, I'm not saying we would or you would, but some people would. In fact, I probably would, because you'd be required. Of course, you play like trivial, but for Kev wouldn't want to spend. We'll use Kev as the example. Then Kev doesn't want to spend more time than he's currently spending. He just wants to be able to process the information in a different way, which is more realistic. I'm glad I'm not sports interactive.
I just think it's easy. Most video games, when you start anything, you're given difficulty settings or just settings that alter how you play the game.
And you think there should be a lot more of those? Basically?
I feel like there could be more in Football Manager. We've had like the same 10 things you can change as tick boxes for 20 years.
Okay. So there it is. That's the conclusion. We're still July 1st.
I think the key
It's
to
barely
making
lunchtime on July the 1st as well.
I think the key to making the game harder. I was literally just listening to you guys talk like a podcast there for a while. Was it good? It's all in the attributes, because the most unrealistic thing about Football Manager is that you can pretty quickly, and especially the way we're playing the network save to save time, is you can see everybody. You can see every attribute in the game on somebody immediately. The fact that you can get the attributes that quickly is the most unrealistic thing about the game by far. And so if you want to make the game harder, you just create some sort of hardcore mode where you can get these extra achievements in it, and you have it where you can't see the attributes, and that's it.
Interesting. I think you're probably right.
Can I apply for the Man City job?
I already have.
There is a way to hide attributes on your player screen just by fiddling with the stuff. I've just done it on mine. Attributes are now hidden.
People have done skins before where, like, basically...
This isn't even... This is just with the basic skin. You can just choose the different drop-down options and attributes are hidden now.
People have done stuff like with skins before where, like, if a certain attribute is between 1 and 5, 5 and 10, 10 and 15, 15 and 20, like, it's a different colour.
I mean, I can't do it here, but I know what you mean, Kev.
Which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing.
I mean, I could do that, for example, and that. So what you're saying is I could have it where it's like this. I know you're not looking at my screen, but...
Well, I'm going to come and have a look. That'll learn you.
And instead of having attributes, have personal information or have training showing. Or
so I had mine, so I've got the little polygon thing, and I've added their biography because it's the only thing I could add.
Yeah.
What's attribute analysis? Oh, that's that. Okay.
So I have to be completely honest. I totally agree that would make it harder. I would hate it. To me, attributes are fundamental to part of my enjoyment of Football Manager.
Well, then you don't play with that part on, I guess. That's like the point.
Well, yeah, I know. I'm just saying for me personally, like when I see a striker with 20 finishing or 20 technique, I'm excited. Like and when Regen Day comes through and you find out that they are this good at a certain thing, you're like, oh wow, this is going to be my guy. Right. Like there's things like that I really love and look out for. And it is arguably how I'm judging how good a player is or isn't, and I'm not looking at his scout report to find that out.
Mm-hmm.
But then I can accept that it makes it harder and whatever else.
I just think it's difficult to make a bad decision in FM if you know what you're doing. Like it gets to a formulaic point with even like meetings where you know what you need to tell certain players most of the time. Team meetings are the one exception because they're just bloody random.
Well, team meeting, you just have to say whatever the pre-advice was for your assistant manager, and that always works.
Are we talking? I want to try and include as many people in this conversation as possible, right? Are we looking at it too much from a creator standpoint? Because you've already said that, like, we have to we make decisions in saves and not to like make it not real, but like I'm definitely someone that does this as are you, Jack. But I think you've turned into this a little bit more. Is that, and Z's not this at all, I would argue, in his stream save, and Kev probably plays in the middle of that, is that we make decisions that, as we talked about before, are not optimal to getting the best. But do people at home play it like that? Are they creating their own like narrative, spun storylines based on how they want to play the game? Or is everyone playing to be the best? Or are they putting like these self-inflicted restrictions?
My rules I've played with for the last 15 years, well before YouTube.
I feel like some people want to play FM and just win everything, right? But I think for most people want to,
I wanted to be able to play it every day throughout the year and not get bored.
Don't get me wrong, you don't want to make it too hard, but like I think this is where it comes down to the whole fact that there should just be more settings to tailor the game for how you enjoy it, because there are so many different ways to play and enjoy Football Manager. And like, even though pretty much everyone plays by the same predefined rules, so many people approach the game differently with what they do and don't do. And whilst you can partially do that through staff responsibilities, fundamentally, I think there's some very subtle adjustments that you could have as options at the start of a save game that would radically alter how people play and enjoy the game without compromising it for another group of people who play it differently.
Yeah, I think you're right. So the question for us that we can't answer, and we're not saying we know the answer, is why haven't they?
And if they want us to come in and fix it, we are available at a certain price. We'll come down. We'll fix it for you.
It's funny because I think the conversation we're having now is that we've probably had privately before amongst ourselves. I definitely have with different creators before, but it's not a conversation that the 4 biggest YouTubers have ever talked about before publicly. And people probably don't think that we think about the game like this ever. But we've all got lots of opinions on it. We've all got lots of thoughts on it.
I think the weird thing with Football Manager is, right,
are we the problem is what I'm getting at, because we've never talked about it. Are we the problem? I don't know.
No, we're great.
I mean, the thing with Football Manager is, right, like they're adding in more and more stuff every year, but you are going to hit a critical point where adding in more like stuff, minutiae for people to do is just going to become unenjoyable. Like, you know,
that happened like 3 years ago. I don't use the development center, the data
exactly.
hub. I don't
and everyone has their own like own preferences, and ultimately I think a really easy win for SI that doesn't involve adding more shit to the game that people don't actually enjoy doing is to add more options for how people can approach the stuff that already exists, because that almost gives you more different ways to approach the game than adding in more data can, in the most polite way.
Okay.
Like, in many ways, if you're like, we're adding in an Iron Man mode where you can't save the game other than after matches, and it saves during matches, so you can't possibly save scum.
Well, if people can't control themselves and avoid save scumming,
and that was a feature.
That's a bit weird.
Yeah.
And that stuff already existed, you know, like some kind of Iron Man mode where it's like, you know, they label it as a hardcore mode Football Manager where attributes are maybe more dynamic, where for players, someone mentioned in my chat, like you can have it where attributes are just way more like volatile. So a player plays really well, their attributes go up and they play to it, which is basically what already happens through dice rolls with stuff like consistency, right? Like a player doesn't always perform to the attributes that you see. That's kind of just like a weighted way at how good they'll be at certain stuff within a match. So there's just infinite math that goes into it all in terms of whether or not a player scores finishing.
You just say math.
I did say math. But basically, I think rather than adding more stuff to the game, just altering how people can approach what already exists is almost a bigger win for SI that gives people more radically different ways to play the stuff that they already enjoy doing.
So is it, again, this is, I'll say it again because I don't want to upset anyone at SI really, because I don't have to, I don't have to change the title of my stream. Doing jokes. Is it a case that they've not done it because of the amount of work it would take to do it? Like, is what you're asking for too big a job? Like, because what the conflict I have is, why haven't they done this? It's not like what you're saying about like Iron Man modes and stuff haven't been talked about for the last 10 years. I've seen them being talked about.
Dare I suggest the reason they've not done it is because playtime and sales numbers are going up every year. So why do they need to?
That's it, right? And again, that's what we're coming at it. We are, this is a quote Miles, we are the hardcore of the hardcore when it comes to Football Manager. Like, we will buy it religiously no matter what. We will make content on it no matter what. Like us especially, right? More so than anybody else who like plays the game. We play it professionally to a degree. I don't need jokes made at that point. I just had. So they don't have to. So us talking about it, that's why I'm interested. I'm reading a lot of what people are saying in other chats because I'm fascinated to know what other people think. In that we're not coming at it from a perspective of keep it light, keep it fun, talking about hard modes and Iron Man modes. If say 1 million people buy it every year, how many people actually want that? Like.
Well, I'm not necessarily asking for an Iron Man mode. I'm looking for more different variabilities.
So when I say that, by that I should have clarified. How many people want it to be entirely customizable, so everyone is essentially playing a different game?
Well, I feel like that kind of already exists, right? Through like
No, you're right. You're right. Probably right.
I think the other thing is like SI work on like a roadmap of like 5 years. Like they plan what's coming up in upcoming games like in advance. And I feel like this conversation around is the game getting too easy, is the game getting too bloated, is becoming a bigger conversation in the last few years than it ever has, at least in my memory. Obviously, I feel like it's always been a conversation that's been had, but I feel like the game has now been more and more popular for like 5 years. There is a large portion of people who discovered the game probably 5 years ago who are now getting to the point now where it feels too easy for them. And like the game hasn't changed to get harder in the last 15 years.
Allow me to give you an example. Let's have a look at my brother for a moment. My brother, massive Football Manager fan all his life, loves it, gets it every year. I'm just looking at his Steam stats. He played FM21 for 54 hours. FM22, he's currently got 24 hours of gameplay on this year's game. He has got 2 young kids, busy job, all that kind of stuff. You can't scare that guy away by making it too complicated. And I think that's where the balance has to come in. There's a lot of people like that who are playing it like a normal game where they're doing 20, 30, 40 hours over the year.
Of course, but I'm not saying... I'm not saying
care about that, do they?
Yeah, they just want the money.
They want
he buys the game every year. That's the key thing. You can't make it so that he's not going to buy the game each year because it's got too complicated. Even having complicated settings at the start, if he has to go through 5 menus to customizing the game setup before he can even play it, that's like a 10th of his game time for the year gone.
So the question I think I've come to the question. The question is, how long would you need to be playing before a more custom, and you'd argue that customization is never bad, I think Jack would argue, but like, how long do you have to be playing before you think, actually, I want to move away from what is the base product and turn it into something which is alternative, which would be the customizable elements that Jack is talking about? How long do you have to play it for until you want to do that? Because most people picking up any game will play it the basic way to begin with, and then once they understand it and have a knowledge where, well, actually now this bit's too easy, then they will try and make it harder for themselves, choosing different types of settings. So how long do you have to play it for to get to that point? Or is there not a number on that?
You probably do a couple of seasons, win the league with the team you support, kind of thing, isn't it? And then now I need a new challenge.
But then how many saves are you playing throughout a year?
Well, I imagine there's a lot of people who are never getting to that point and they're just happy with how it is.
And that's what I mean. And I think that is the majority of people, and that is why they haven't changed it, because there isn't enough people playing 3 to 4 different saves where they would change how the game functions and is utilized. Like, so in all the chats right now, how many saves on average do you play every single year in Football Manager?
And don't forget the people who are in these chats. It's April in the afternoon. These are the hardcore as well. We haven't got any of the normals here.
I bet the answer is 1 for most people, or less than 2.
2 or 3. Yeah.
The thing is, proportionally, whilst the hardcore group might be the kind of same percentage, there are more and more people playing Football Manager than ever, and I think that is becoming a larger voice. Like a larger number of people would make use of it.
Kev made me look this up. My brother also buys Football Manager every year, plays it all the time, and this year is by far the lowest amount of time that he's put into it.
The thing is as well, the non-hardcore don't buy the game every year anyway. Like, a lot of them don't even care about the actual features that get added on year. They literally go, oh, it's got the updated rosters and I've not played one in a couple of years, I'll pick it up and play it.
But they're still selling 1 million a year.
Yeah, but like undoubtedly the game sells alternate years. Like, most people I know don't buy the game every year.
This is a good point. It's not just that we're like in the afternoon on a weekday. It's that people that are here are consuming content around Football Manager. Yeah, and I feel like that is, if you are stepping out of your realm to actually consume content around Football Manager, you are just inherently like one of the hardcore.
And what are we, 10%? 20%? Of the overall player base?
If they're selling 1 million a year, I reckon there's probably 100,000 people consuming content regularly. So yeah, about 10%.
I'd say it's between 10 and 20%, which is why I'm really conscious that when we talk about it, I'm not just looking at it from my rose-tinted, I meant Football Manager videos and stream Football Manager. You have to take into account the 80% of the people that aren't here. It's not just our game. Right, as much as like people on foot, but then it's interesting, isn't it? Because when you do, this is the funniest bit. When you say to Miles on Twitter or someone on Football Manager, they say, "We'll put it on the forums," and I think to go on the Football Manager forums, you have to be part of that 20%. So actually, that 20% probably are shaping how Football Manager looks for everybody else. So are we in a position, because we think about it at this level, our opinions are, to some level, worth more because we're more likely to voice them in places where they're more likely to listen?
Do you not think there's been a shift in attitude towards like content creation and content around video games as well, though? Because as much as like, I think there's a demographic of hardcore players who probably were always on like the SI forums 15 years ago. And then I think about the audience that I had, say, 8 years ago when I was like a year into doing video content. Like, I feel like the notion of watching and consuming content around games has become more mainstream and like less uncool.
Which is great for us, but does it? Yeah. Ultimately, it doesn't, like, the decisions that Football Manager make don't seem particularly affected by that fact.
I guess what I'm saying is I think not everyone who consumes content is a hardcore FM player. Like, don't get me wrong, the vast majority are, but I'd say there's a pretty decent subsection who watch us as a substitute to playing the game themselves.
I would say they're certainly in the top 15-20% of the most hardcore.
Yeah, that's why I'd say they're probably still in that top 20%.
Do you know,
my brother's never watched a Football Manager video in his life.
I think
he knows about yours.
Exactly.
But do you not think there's a hardcore group of Football Manager players, especially for a game that is like has an older demographic who just are so hardcore they almost don't watch the content that we do or content on YouTube? They would rather read blogs or be on the SI forums instead.
So
like, I feel like there is a hardcore that transcends just consuming content.
You're right. So that's interesting as a point in itself. Of the 20%, let's round it up to 20%, right? The 20% of people that consume content, what percentage of people in the 100% don't know we exist? Because it's quite hard. If you want to know when Football Manager's coming out and things like that, it's quite hard to avoid Football Manager content now.
The weird thing is, right, I think Football Manager is a game that is bought by a lot of people who aren't your traditional gamers. They're probably not people who are active on Reddit, Twitter, social media to do with it. They're the kind of people who go into Game or GameStop and go, oh, that football game that I bought a couple of years ago is on sale still.
So anyone who's ever put Football Manager into YouTube has seen one of our faces. There's no way.
Yeah. The thing is, how many people? I don't think there's I think there is a large group of people that we're not already accounted for here who don't watch YouTube, which might sound mental, but Football Manager is a game that has a way older player base.
Scum, quite frankly, scum.
The most common thing you'll hear from a new viewer, and I reckon we've all had this, so it'll resonate with all of us, is, oh, I didn't know this existed until I started getting into it. It was like, I didn't realize there was a community.
That's what I said years ago.
So did I. So, and I don't think that's changed. It's not like people don't know that there is FIFA content in the same way, right? If you play FIFA, you know, every FIFA player knows about the content that surrounds that game. Whereas I don't think in Football Manager, and that would bring me on to chapter 2 of this conversation, which is online play.
Is this now episode 2 of this podcast that is this being edited into?
Put an edit in there.
Yeah, come on. New intro, come on.
Is online the conduit between the people that don't know we exist and the people that do, because those people would maybe come together? Or is online, again, part of the 20%, and in fact it's actually 5% of the 20%, or is it 3% of the 20% that care about online play? Now, I'm talking as the person, to big myself up a little bit, that created the biggest Football Manager competition online ever. Like, and even I accept that it probably makes up for less than 5% of the overall player base of Football Manager. It's difficult.
I think fundamentally, Football Manager, I used the word fundamentally again. Football Manager is a game that's built on a single player experience, right? Yeah. And so that's always going to be the bread and butter of it. Obviously, we've seen a shift with the emergence of the console version of the game that has seen more people play on machines capable of playing in better.
No, we're quoting you, Gripper. That's it. You are officially on record.
Just, built on a multiplayer base. Like, people buy Xboxes, buy games consoles. I'd say 80% of them to play games at least online in some capacity, be that with friends or be that just playing against other humans. And I think that shift in attitude is probably pushing the needle on what portion of the Football Manager community engage in multiplayer. And then the question becomes, right, what is the long-term strategy?
I am furious that Jack is ahead of me on search. That needs dealing with.
Or are Football Manager going to put it on Xbox, go, crap, this is selling really, really well, which I think I'd like to think is the case. I think by all accounts, it's been a really big success for SI, the console version. And if that is the case, it's like the Xbox edition and the PC edition aren't that different. Like, they share so much of the fundamental code with one another that it's a case of, like, when the match engine gets updated for one, the same match engine exists in the other, right?
Yeah.
So does that extend to multi?
Don't worry. As far as I'm concerned, you're just a parody account. You're not the real Dean Gripton FM. It's just a parody account. We all know that's not the real guy, don't we? No affiliation.
To the PC version, because from a game development perspective, the more that you can pull your resources together and basically produce one thing for a game that benefits the other, the better. You get more bang for your buck.
Yeah.
And so I think we're going to see a shift in multiplayer and how it's approached. And like, obviously,
Jack's been talking a long time, hasn't he? Anyone been listening? I feel like I need to. It feels like it's getting to that point where I have to say something in a minute.
Wrong, but I still find it exciting to see SI at least trying in that area.
It's the biggest issue with online. Like, to me, if someone said to me, "What's the biggest issue with online?" Like, there's loads of things I could pinpoint, but the number one issue with online is that they can't use us to promote it, and that is their biggest issue. Because
I do think that is a big issue for them.
So because so for those who don't know, Football Manager can't necessarily be seen to work directly with us or in conjunction with us, because as you watch this save right now, we are using face packs and mod packs that are not sold as part of the base game, and Football Manager Sports Interactive do not hold the license to those things, but equally acknowledge that, you know what, if you want to use them, you use them, but as creators, we then can't have a direct and public relationship with them. So because of that, and we sort of all accept that, and I think for a lot of it, like me, Kev, Jack have been doing this a long time, Z more recently, we accept that because we think that ultimately people would rather watch things with face packs and badge packs. If you don't use them at the start of a save, my word, you get comments about it. Like, it's almost like a given, and you yourself playing right now probably use these packs that exist out in the world because again, they enhance the way in which you play the game. So because they can't have that direct relationship with us, a relationship that we are basically rejecting by using it, they can't then use our viewership to promote new modes and new features and things like that.
I don't agree that that's the biggest issue with multiplayer FM.
It's the current biggest issue, because
I don't think it's the biggest issue. I think it's a significant issue.
I think it's a huge issue, but I agree with you, Jack. It's not the biggest issue. The biggest issue is because of what online is. But right now we can only.
There you go. We have our Pablo Fornals replacement. Means we now definitely don't need to sign Harry Kane. So, like I said before, even if Kane agrees to come now, I think we're probably turning him down. Because that's our boy. Beautiful.
But to justify investing into it, it needs to have an established audience which justifies the cost. And so as a result, you're in this weird predicament.
We don't need to worry about that situation anymore, do we?
Better to have an online Football Manager game that is separate to the single player one.
So was I better off saying it's the biggest issue for us? Was I being quite selfish when I say that the biggest issue that online doesn't grow from our perspective? Or maybe I'm saying it from a showdown perspective.
I don't think my career as a creator hinges on multiplayer Football Manager. I think it'd be naive to build a career on the hope that it could get bigger.
I guess I'm not really debating that, though. I totally agree with you. I'd be foolish to suggest otherwise. But what I'm saying is, would it be? Do you think it would enhance if with online? And the only example I have for it definitely enhanced one type of mode, and again, it was a perfect storm of loads of things happening. But FIFA went through that. Call of Duty went through that. That when they became huge online successes, and the idea, and I've always had, I've talked about this with all of you before, the idea of how do I beat my friend at this thing is not a thing in Football Manager, but absolutely would be. It's why like Zealand's content would go like ridiculous levels of viral if Football Manager became that type of game. Is because there's no desire right now with a single player game for you to say, oh, I'm better at you at this, right? There's not that competitive element does not exist. But as soon as you bring that in, as soon as you bring the idea of, oh yeah, he's winning this in like the weekly tournament, or he's finishing this high in a weekly tournament, how do I like improve my chances? The biggest comparable for me, fantasy football. Fantasy football is that. So, which is why there are now lots of creators within fantasy football. There are podcasts dedicated to fantasy football with that idea of finishing higher than your mates in that league table every week. Right.
I think the tricky thing for like Football Manager just fundamentally is like you can do everything optimally and still lose. And when it comes to multiplayer games, like people don't like that feeling they've been cheated out of it. But the issue with multiplayer games is there has to be a loser in a 1v1 game. And so how do you keep someone who's playing an online game but losing 75% of the games interested in playing.
Well, 75% is interesting, isn't it? Because the same thing could be applied to fantasy football.
There you go. We're not getting Kane. We needed the money to get the actual important player that we needed.
Same,
Football
I guess,
works.
fundamentally with fantasy football, you pick the same team every week. Like, you're going to get the same number of points. Whereas in Football Manager, I can pick the same team, same tactic, play against someone 10 times. And despite the fact that I might, on average, say win 70% of the matches, there's still that 30% of games where I've done everything I could right within my perception. And I got one of those bad 3 in 10 rolls where I lost the game. Is that fun?
You're right. Fundamentally correct.
But it's just that tricky thing, right? Where it's like, for me personally, I enjoy Football Manager as a multiplayer experience and stuff like the Showdown and like with network games and stuff. But ultimately, I don't think there's anything that they could do in multiplayer that would pull me away from playing it over the single player more.
Right.
Because that's why I play Football Manager. But from SI's perspective, it has to for it to be justify the work. That's the difficulty for them.
I guess it depends how far they're willing to go, right? Because the FIFA examples are career mode and pro clubs, and how much they can be content driven, and how that can increase playability, like sellability, all these things. But like obviously we've had the Football Manager esports conversation a lot, and again, for someone that runs the biggest tournament, I don't think Football Manager is an esport. And I, to the point that when I approach brands or sponsors come to me and they say, I would love to get involved in your esports competition, the first thing I say is, we're not esports. We're competitive gaming, but we're not esports. We're not like, we are not selling ourselves as the best Football Manager players.
Yeah.
I'm not.
I absolutely do, though. 100%.
Yeah, I was going to say, as a 7-time winner, I would like to point out.
You kept sitting there with your trophies going, I think you'll find, actually.
I am the best there's ever been.
Polishing his trophy and his crown.
Yeah.
Greatest to ever do it. What they call
anyway, I hope people. We've talked about this for about an hour. I hope people are enjoying this conversation. It's not a conversation.
I mean, I've spent £100 million while this has been going on.
Yeah, sorry, your highlight videos are going to be tough.
Yeah, by the way, it was like he literally just bought Thierry Rendell Correa for like $86 million.
I withdrew from Harry Kane because Real Madrid came in.
I've made no transfers in the last hour, so it's fine.
I'm waiting for August 1st.
Oh, who is? So you signed. There were 2 signings that came across that I was like, holy! You signed Pedro Gonçalves and Thierry Rendell Correa for the combined $150 million.
Yep.
While we were talking.
Absolutely, I did.
It's preposterous.
Look how beautiful my squad is now.
Anyway, I find this sort of conversation fascinating.
No, I mean, I think that was a really interesting conversation and an important one to have. I signed Phil Jones while we were talking.
Happy to bring it up. That all started with, so what's the biggest problem with Football Manager? I would be fascinated to know, like, these are conversations that I've had with Football Manager to some degree. I'd be fascinated to know if they had 4 guys from their side sitting opposite us, how that conversation would look and be like, we're available. Not on Thursdays, but we're available. I'll be down to have the conversation.
And that, boys and girls, is what's known as a backdoor pilot. If you enjoyed that and want us to do a podcast, let us know on Twitter.
But we're only going to talk about the really complex side of Football Manager that no one talks about. Yeah, if that becomes an article somewhere, then I'm very proud of ourselves.
The goal accomplished then at that point.
So not to end the conversation because people are loving it. What do we think Football Manager looks like in 5 years? And that's very much what we think it will personally. Like, what do we think it will look like? How different will it look from now to 2027? Will it be dramatically different, or will it be pretty? Like, again, the only thing we can compare it to, well, what was it like in 2017? Like, will it be a recent? Will it look slightly different? Will the colors be slightly different? But ultimately, it'll be the same game.
I hope that it will have taken larger steps towards multiplayer and larger steps towards like graphics development. And but I don't. What I think is actually going to happen is it'll look very much like this game would look to somebody from 2017. Pretty recognizable. You'd be able to play it pretty intuitively if you play a lot of Football Manager.
Yeah. Jack?
Sorry, I was muted, so I don't know what the conversation was.
Favorite type of eggs?
Scotch.
No, I'm joking. Obviously wasn't that. It was
Oh,
obviously
what
not
a
that.
shout,
It was obviously
though.
not that.
Straight up.
No,
That was brilliant.
No Scotch egg.
It was a joke. It was a joke. Please don't do this. Don't ruin it. Don't ruin it.
Cheers.
Please. I should have said it. Sorry.
Were you asking what do I think Football Manager will look like in 5 years?
Yeah. Sorry, I thought you were going to go
question?
next again. I thought you were going next.
No.
Sorry.
What will it look like in 5 years?
Scotch immediately. Jesus Christ. Oh, sorry.
Oh no.
I started the best hour of conversation we four have ever had, and then I immediately go eggs, and Jack's like, right, well, Scotch, but if you're really asking, I mean.
Oh my goodness.
I think Football Manager in 5 years will not be that radically different. I genuinely think the future of Football Manager is just adding variety to how the stuff that's already within the game can be played. Like just more options. But I do think that one aspect of the game that's massively undercooked is the kind of commercial aspects of football. Like in the last 10 years, advertising, TV deals, the commercial side of everything has so radically changed. The value that a player can bring when they join a club, the way a superstar can become the biggest name in world football. But besides scouting a player from like Japan and your scout going, they'll bring in 1.3 million in shirt sales. There is nothing about that in Football Manager, and there just hasn't been. And whilst I don't think that's something that you need to have direct influence over as manager, nor should be a massive factor that alters how you play, that detail ultimately adds to the world building and the simulation that Football Manager is trying to provide.
I agree.
So yeah, more commercial stuff. I
just wish you thought about it.
I could have more of a think about and come back to you.
I was joking. No, I was joking.
I've not really thought about it.
The Scotch eggs.
That. The Scotch eggs, yeah.
No, I think you're right. You once made a skin, didn't you? Which include like you made a mock skin.
Oh yeah, skin. I did a skin concept that had like an online following rating for players.
Yeah.
The notion being that in the world of 2022,
and that was 4 years ago, I would say.
Players have clout. Like players have online followings, you know.
Yeah. How much? Like does that take into
social media feed. When I drop my star player, I want all his stands tweeting at me #leads, going, "How dare you try and sell Bruno Enrique?" And obviously that isn't something that should have a massive influence on how the game is actually played. Like, I don't want it so I'm forced to sign players with high TikTok followers for more fans to come in. But like the variety of season ticket sales and stuff like that, like should be like a bigger thing, right? It's a bit, to me at least, it's nice when, especially when you're climbing up the leagues, to notice the season ticket sales year on year. I'd love to see some kind of documented area where I can see how the season ticket sales have fluctuated, how the average attendances have changed, how the club has grown off the pitch as part of the journey that I've been on. And on the flip side, how it's regressed with other football clubs. You know, Tottenham's situation here where they've just been relegated. Like, it'd be really interesting if you could, like, get a better idea of how that impacts them as a football club.
Yeah.
Like, financially. Because that doesn't really exist, right? Like, it's just, it's like a footnote. Like, when you sign a player from an obscure nation and there's, like, more shirt sales. Like, all of that stuff, like, more detail on shirt sales and stuff would just be cool as well. I mean, maybe that's really
Harry
boring.
Kane has signed for Liverpool.
Maybe people don't care about the number of shirts sold, but to me, that like adds to the world building. Like, does anyone ever have it where you're going through the end of season review and you're like, oh, well, actually, all the fans really like this right back I'm trying to sell. Like, why is he suddenly like the 5th highest sold shirt? Like, the fans must really like him. Like, I feel like more stuff like that can only be a good thing to add like more sentimental value to the game.
So I feel like that sort of stuff is kind of frills, though.
But I'd rather them add that than more bloat.
I understand that. Yeah.
Right, I'm going to try and keep Jordan Pickford as my backup, I think, because no one's offering sensible money for him. I can't find a decent backup option. So now I need one of my other boys to convince him to stop being a grumpy goose. So I guess Calvert-Lewin is the man.
In 5-10 years.
There's no way I just did that.
Liverpool have signed Kane, everyone. It's a dark day for football.
Kev brought the news.
Yeah, thanks for listening, Jack. Goodness me.
Sorry.
So essentially, when is he uploading this conversation to his channel?
Yeah, no, I sent in the thumbnail about 30 minutes ago. So we'll see if I can get it out tomorrow or...
Yeah, you mean so?
I hope my mouth's wide open in it, or I want no part of it.
We'll Photoshop in a wide open mouth over your mouth.
Let me change the topic a little bit because I'm curious to see what staying on the same gist, but I'm curious to see what you think. And again, I'm curious to see what other people think as well, rather than just us. So for all the things we think they should do and can do, what's the biggest thing they have done in the last 3 to 5 years? What's the fundamental change they've made that's affected you? Is the big question.
Oh, it's affected me. Okay,
that's changed the way that you play. Yes, Kevin, we understand. Yours is tactical resets, though. Okay. Yeah, mine is draft mode for obvious reasons.
I was gonna say, like, the draft mode is really influential. The fantasy draft thing that they like, the additions they made to fantasy draft is some of the most forward-thinking stuff I've seen from them. Like, that was very cool what they did there.
Yeah, agree.
But I'm sat here trying to think what has actually changed fundamentally in the last 5 years in the main career mode game, and I cannot think of anything that's fundamentally changed radically. Like, maybe it's a case of I've not gone back and played a game from 5 years ago, but I feel like it's always just incremental improvements, but nothing has drastically altered how I play career mode.
No. So like the written presets haven't changed anything for your tactical understanding? Data hub, you wouldn't say? Training, not on that list?
I don't think they changed how I approach the game.
What about development center? I'm just trying to find one. If there isn't one, then it's fair enough.
I feel like they're just window dressing, right? A lot of these new things are just pulling information that existed elsewhere onto a new...
Player exchanges just don't work, do they? That's a joke.
I think
the game.
That's things like development center. Data hub was a big addition, but I feel like they didn't quite make it accessible enough.
It's just the fact that you have to choose what analytics have been requested. Like every save game, and then I try and reorder them and they're reset. Like, it almost just doesn't feel like it's worth the battle of sorting it.
Oh, the data hub. So you wish you had savable presets for the data hub.
Yeah, I wish I could just get a button that says, show me the essentials, show me the advanced stats.
Okay. So on the team thing, when you go on the ask for, you wish you could select something that said attacking, and it would show you all the attacking data.
I wish there was an option next to suggestions that just said all suggested. Rather, because even just adding in 1 or 2 at a time, right? You go to suggestions, click on it, you have to then click display and analytics, then go back again. The usability, I'm going to be polite here. The usability of it is absolutely like, the UX is awful on it. Like, genuinely, it just doesn't
on the data hub. Do you think it's awful?
He's literally playing in the championship. I mean, I guess he realizes he'd be coming in as our backup, so it's fair enough, I suppose. But that was weird.
Are you telling me that for all the players in your squad on a per player basis, you've gone in and set up what analytics you want your staff to track?
No, you're probably right. I don't think it's awful.
I'm not saying the feature itself is awful. I'm saying the UX of it and the UI is.
But I think that makes. I think that makes it awful. I think you are saying that makes it awful.
The contents is great. The means by which to get the contents is awful.
Okay. I'm not really agreeing.
I don't want it to look like I'm just shitting on the data hub, because I actually think all the stuff that's there is absolutely wicked, but the usability is like embarrassingly bad.
I'm not shitting on it, but now it's embarrassingly bad.
No, it is. I feel like anyone on SI would hold up their hands and recognise that it could be better.
Okay. It's just, you're like, I don't upset anyone, but whoever did this should be fired.
The thing with Football Manager is, it's like usually it's like every feature kind of takes 2 years to get right. Like, there's a year where they put it in and kind of see how people navigate it and use it.
I agree with this.
And then based on that, they then polish it and take it in a more fleshed out direction the following year. Like, I have no doubt the data hub will probably have all this preset stuff and better UX. And I also think, like, working remotely and like from home has probably had a factor on FM the last few years. I really want to believe that in the next year or two, we're going to see a big overhaul to FM even if it's some UX and UI change for the sake of change. A bit like when they went from having the nav stuff at the top to having it on the side. Just stuff that makes it feel different.
Yeah, we've talked about that for a while, right? How different does it feel? And that's a big part of it.
If Calvert-Lewin gets injured, we're fine for strikers. We've got Cabral, who's always good for a goal. Richarlison could play up top. Several of these players can play up front. We've got Martial, we've got Cabral. I think Traore could be really useful as a striker. I think we're fine.
Are you complaining about columns being adjusted here?
No, I'm looking at my training.
Oh, because I was about to say I get annoyed by the fact that the columns haven't been fixed in years on like team views and stuff. That's annoying.
You just don't like the columns?
Well, no, they should just work. You can't. Everyone here who's ever tried customizing a view in FM has spent like 10 minutes wrestling trying to get everything the right size, and it's just physically impossible to get the columns on views the right size.
I'm going to ask you a question, like a legitimate question. How do I take a training schedule and put it on the calendar?
As in, you want to import? Well, we're on a squad break right now.
I'm looking at it. No, I know, but I'm looking at the calendar like in the future.
Oh,
schedules import, then I have to save it.
Oh, this is fun.
And where does it pop up here?
I'm learning.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, it's just the custom schedule thing was not showing up for whatever reason.
Yeah, it is weird.
We actually have a squad that works for Europe at the moment. The odd one out is Maitland-Niles, who we want rid of. So I think we just settle with what we've got. I know we're overpaying for a backup keeper, but so be it. The one worry is he's going to get even more grumpy as a team leader, and that could be a problem. But if we can get rid of Maitland-Niles, who we no longer need because we've signed Thierry, then we're going to be golden.
Think about it probably isn't the way that lots of people do think about it, so it helps them understand where we come from sometimes when we make decisions on our own content. So, you know, here we are.
I get you. That's no, it's good. How is everybody's transfer window going?
I'm just continuing, mate. But you know, I've enjoyed the chat.
I'm delighted with my transfer window.
I've actually made transfers. I sell this. I actually have my transfers. I bought in Aaron Cresswell and Jack O'Connell.
I want to get rid of.
Who was the first guy that you brought in?
Aaron Cresswell, 725k. I sold Schochelbeck for 28 million.
Did anyone see what just fell down behind me?
What's happened?
I don't know.
You're right, Kim.
The washing machine was shaking my room, and something just fell off a wall, but I don't know what.
Is it your YouTube plaque?
Which one?
Yeah. It's the other plaque.
No, they're both there.
Then you were a knob about it. Unbelievable. That's gonna be nice.
I signed Nathan Wood.
I'll leave my follow-up joke there.
It's the only others. Phil Jones and Nathan Wood. I've made huge moves.
I've signed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 players this summer.
I did have a contract agreed for a lovely young midfielder from Benfica, but Gedson Fernandez turned down my deal to stay at Benfica because he has such an admiration and love for the club. So I feel like an idiot.
Okay, question for the group.
Listening.
What would Football Manager have to do this year for you to be mind blown? Like, what is something you would love to see them do, but you have no expectations?
Premier League license.
Put me on the cover.
I mean, yeah, that's not happening. That is not happening.
I think Kev's right. That would blow my mind.
A Premier League license.
A Premier League license would be insane. Because the marketing opportunities that you get with a Premier League license. Oh, and then we'd be able to chat publicly with them. But Premier League license would be insane.
This is like the thing, you know, it's like there's like a little kid going to Santa. It's like, what do you want for Christmas? They're like, I want a dragon. And they're like, no, be realistic. It's like, I want the Premier League license. Like, so what colour do you want your dragon? Like, any other like things?
If they came out with like an actual graphical overhaul to the match engine, I'd be shocked.
That's what I would really want.
I'll tell you how good it'd have to be. It'd have to be so good, I wouldn't know immediately if it was Football Manager or not.
But that's what I feel like they could
well, that's what I mean, like an actual graphical overhaul. But to me, and what I think we don't talk about really ever is that the reason the graphics are so bad is because they don't have name, image, and likeness rights. Right? So if you make the graphics FIFA level, then Ronaldo is going to sue you because all of a sudden that little blob doesn't look like a little blob anymore. It looks like Ronaldo.
Yeah.
Right?
There's a reason it's as far away as it is.
Yeah. And so that and the fact that people play it on a toaster, but like,
funny,
you can turn the settings down. You can optimize the settings for the.
So that's one of those things that we've talked about privately, but people might not know. That's pretty much why the game is. That's why the camera angles are the camera angles. That's why there isn't a touchline camera angle. That's why there isn't a like VR level camera angle.
Isn't the player imaging like a Thief Pro thing though? Rather
that gets
than
them the names. It doesn't get them the license. The likeness.
It's likeness. Yeah, likeness is the word, isn't it? You can't have the license. You can't have the likeness.
I mean, I would just like some variety in stadiums. Like, I feel like the stadiums were like outsourced like 7 years ago and just haven't been touched since.
Maybe.
I mean, I tell you what, I'd really like an overhaul to the sound. Like, if you give me sound that actually makes me want to play a game, like chants in the background, drums playing, like actual. I don't want commentary. Like no one wants commentary, but like just a good audio design.
I like the
I would not hate commentary. I wouldn't hate it.
Depends who's doing it.
He's recording it now. That's why he says he likes it.
There was an expansion on one of the original Championship Manager where you get like an extra disc that would play audio.
You wouldn't be able to do anything else, see. You'd have to have started about 4 months ago. Holy smokes. That'd be work. Every single player name. I'd like to be able to create my version.
It's really not that bad. And every region name.
If I could put out my own version of the commentary.
That's it. So they do that in like Dota, where you can buy announcer packs with like different influencers having their announcers. We should all get to do our own version of the announcer pack.
That's pretty cool, actually.
So, if I can just do the deadline day and just do 10 hours remaining, and every time it flicks over, it does that for someone. That'd be great.
I'll just do different versions of someone's name and then and then just every single one.
Goal music. Goal music would be sick. That'd be good. I'm a fan of goal music. I know people don't approve of goal music, but I don't mind it.
I'd like to be able to play as a director of football in Football Manager.
They'll never do that. They'll never.
I know that. To be clear, I don't actually want that. I think it would be really boring.
Wait, why am I selling in one day? I don't actually want to. Oh God. Oh.
I mean, the feature that made me blow my mind if they did it is allow you to manage B teams. The amount of times I see people go, I want to manage B teams, people want to manage youth teams to start a career. I'm sat thinking, have you ever managed a B team? If you're one of those people who's been like, I'd love to be an under 16s coach.
So well, don't upset those people. There's lots of those people.
Go and manage a B team, and then tell me if it's fun. It's not fun. It's boring.
Realistically, Jack, I would start at an under 18 level. I don't know.
You shouldn't be managing the under 18s. You should just be coaching them.
I want to be a coach. I want to just turn up and go, right, we're doing quickness training today for a week.
There are lots of people that think that starting at like an under 18s and having no ability to do anything would be fun.
Yeah, those people are insane.
I'm just not one of those people.
You could be they should do an assistant manager mode where you give advice to the manager and then you're like, we're being dominated in the middle. But it's overcrowded in the midfield, and then the roles reversed, and they're telling you to f off when you're giving a bad suggestion.
People that want to do that want to do the whole journeyman career, but realistic journeyman career, where you start as like an assistant coach for the U17s or whatever, and you work your way up. Those are the people that want to be able to do that stuff. Somebody wants to start as a...
Yeah, it'd be great for not being able to do transfers or pick your own tactics.
Yeah, but if you really want to do that, Go and manage youth football. There's a lack of coaching for youth football in the world. Feel free.
It goes back to my original idea that you have to get your national B to actually manage in Football Manage.
But I genuinely think that if people are that passionate about wanting to start at like the lowest point of football coaching, you should actually go and like start doing it at like a junior level. There are so many people that would want you to offer your services for that. Believe me.
We are less than a week away from the coffee cup if we press continue a lot.
Yeah. Would you look at that?
I mean, I'm not being funny. I've got 74 million still to spend.
Well, get it spent. I've spent like 300 million while you lot have been waffling.
My first team is still 30 players big, so I still need to get rid of people before I can sign anyone.
I know people are saying that they'd have to interact with real people, but that like there'd probably be a lot of benefits to that.
Be fun. Maybe.
I definitely recommend it. Some of the sports coaching in my late teens, I would love to go back into it. I'm just waiting for my child to be old enough to justify me doing it again. But no, it's definitely something I would recommend people get into. And again, there is a huge lack of passionate coaches, I would say, rather than frustrated parents that tend to do a lot of the coaching for young football teams.
Will Lucha ever get a work permit?
And that is how you start on. Like I know plenty of people that have started coaching at like a certain level, and then over the course of 10 to 20 years have built up to be like actual fully fledged coaches, scouts, all sorts of like academy roles that exist for coaching. Like it takes a lot of time and you have to be super passionate about it, but like it's such a wholesome, worthwhile endeavor if it's something you actually wanted to pursue.
I'm all about wholesome endeavors.
Or like equally, if people are trying to get into, like, sorry, I feel like I'm talking about for the FA here. If you want to get into that sort of thing, I do recommend doing like a referees course and things like that as well. Like these are things I did in my early to late teens that I wish I'd carried on and had like the facilities to carry on doing really, but haven't. And if you love Football Manager and you love that element of Football Manager, I definitely think that could equally be like part of an escape. I suspect there are lots of Football Manager players that already do this as well, actually. Like. But equally, it's good. It's so good.
So one of my chats come up with an amazing idea, which is real-time Football Manager, where you're only allowed to play an hour, like a day. Like you play for it with everyone else in the world.
This sounds like something we should absolutely do.
Saturday at 3:00, you actually go and physically sit down and watch the game in full with another manager in a call, like shouting obscenities at each other.
That's what this Footium thing is like that Tom NFT keeps going on about.
Deadline day would be intense when it's like actually an hour left and you're trying to write messages to the other manager trying to sign their players.
I'm supposed to be on there at 6:00 every day. I've not played a game yet because every game is at 6:00. It's ridiculous.
Can't believe we made it to July.
I mean, it's easy, Tiger.
We did. Stunned.
Oh, we have. We have. Can we save Kev? I don't know when the last save was. Probably recently, but I just feel like for everyone's own peace of mind.
Petrified.
A save would be good.
Someone just said the network game is real-time FM, isn't it?
Fuck.
Close.
Someone said that they started like they did like football coaching and referee courses when they were younger, and now they're football analysts. That job role is becoming more and more sought after. There's two roles within football that are becoming really like sought after right now, and it's content driven and it's analytical driven content, like for clubs to use or for social teams to utilize, and neither are being done to like a high enough level across all like aspects or all elements of the game, but there definitely will be in the next 10 years.
I think the challenge there is the real money that's being made is in the people who are producing the analytical products that clubs buy.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
A lot of the intelligent people who would want to use that, like.
But then the analysts come from club to club, right? So
yeah, but what I'm saying, I think there's a lack of people that if you're somebody who's looking to get into that area, like analysts in general are massively underpaid.
Oh yeah,
for what they contribute, and so if you're looking to do a career in that, you're better off working on the product rather than with the product.
I'm saying in 10 years that they'll be far more valuable. So if it's something you're looking to get into right now, then I think content is the same.
Being an analyst, that's true.
Yeah. I think they will become in the same way like in America, right? You will know better than me, Z, but they are like some analysts in America are paid extraordinarily well.
Well, that's I think the head of that curve is the sport baseball. Baseball is super into that, and like some of the highest paid people in teams are like mathematicians,
and equally have huge teams under them as well, right? Like it's a massive
Yeah, they put together an entire. It's a cottage industry of baseball analytics, and everybody's trying to come up with the new best stat that they can use to like point out to find the best players. Like one of the newer ones was like wins above replacement, so it's this really complex stat that then provides you a number of how many wins this player provided you above an average replacement player. It's like, oh,
that is a very pretty looking best 11. I don't know why you have to scroll to see it. That could easily all fit on one screen. But when you think that Demir and Pino and LaCroix and Pickford and Loddy and Babu, none of them are in that best 11. Oh, we're a good team. Ooh.
That and the things they've been able to pull out and talk to me about are insane. Absolutely insane.
I'm glad that you're using the data well.
Right.
I mean, it's not for me. What do you mean?
Oh, I mean, listen, the way you phrased it, said they're bringing me all this data, but then you lost every game. Made it sound like you were given the data and then did badly with it.
I meant as a company, we're using it for production.
Real Madrid have bid a lot of money on Strike at centre back.
There's so much people haven't seen yet.
He's not as good as the amount of money they're offering to pay me, but do I want to have to replace him?
Well, I think I've completed my transfer business, gentlemen. If we could holiday through to the first day of the season, that would be super.
Oh, he's gonna hate me.
Right. Everybody is going to be annoyed because I've just agreed to sell him for 9 points. Or
I might just leave the game open when I'm on holiday in a few weeks, so you can finish the transfer window without me.
In game, I've still got the resign emote face. It just
Good.
popped up
You
for the
should
first
have.
time in a while on an inbox site, but it's caught me off guard.
Good times.
The Emmy Bundia offers fallen through.
Yeah, it's not just you. I've just had to reject the bid.
You're just shafting everyone around.
Yeah, I keep forgetting. I was on autopilot and I accepted the deal. Right, everything's working out. Yeah. I still have no money in the balance is so bad. Oh dear. Right.
Would it be bad to sign a 40-year-old because I like the picture in game that they have of them wearing a cap?
I mean,
I'd do it.
Would it? I think you've answered. I think you know the answer.
It's a good
He isn't
idea.
bad. Amarildo.
I don't think he's good enough to play in the Prem.
He's playing in a league in Portugal that just isn't a league.
Sign him.
Damn.
I don't think it's a good use of my money.
Sign him, you coward. Sign him. Sign him.
Rude to call me a cow.
That's a lot better for me now. Right. You've got to go now.
Newcastle are actually the highest net transfer spender in the division, not me. That's quite impressive.
I'm not surprised.
I wish they'd sign some of my players.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the Luca Dean offer. They're interested in him.
I don't really know what I'm setting up here. I'm setting something up. I just don't know what it is. I'm setting up to do something at some point. I'm unsure.
I've got so much money, but there is just no one like
welcome.
actually worth signing.
I'm looking at the same players over and over again. Like, no,
Just sign them. Stop worrying about getting your bargains. There's 4 of us. You're not going to get your bargains. You've got to overpay.
My issue, they're just not worth signing.
I'm trying to improve my current squad, and I can't. Like,
give me 5 minutes. I'll give you 3 players to sign, and you'll just sign them.
Yeah. Well, thank God for you.
Yeah.
You know what,
That'll
Kevin?
be great.
What would I do without you?
Take ages and not sign anyone, probably.
I'm pretty happy with where I am right now. All right, let me speak to my scouts.
I forgot you signed Camavinga. Oh, Jack. What's Zealand up to? Let's have a look. What shenanigans have we got going on here? I don't think he understands the rules. What a strange bunch of transfers Zealand's up to.
What am I doing?
Weird transfers. That's what you're doing.
I'm up to weird transfers.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Okay.
Weird.
My weird transfers. Am I making you uncomfortable over there with my unusual transfer activity?
It's just weird. You're in the Champions League, but you've not signed any Champions League quality players. That's weird.
Well, I mean, I've only signed 2 players, so
That's also weird.
I'm just kind of curious to know who you're looking at.
I'm just looking at the transfers you've actually already made.
Oh yeah, no, I've made 2 signings, and that's it. Made 2
Qualifies
signings.
for Champions League, signs Hugo Lloris and Phil Jones.
And Nathan Wood.
Oh, how could I forget about Nathan?
He's actually pretty good. Nathan Wood's actually pretty good.
Never played a Premier League game. Fantastic. Like I said,
Kim Yu
it's just
Song
weird.
wouldn't get a. Tried to get a work permit for somebody from North Korea. It's worth a shot.
I feel like you'd like to sign Maitland-Niles. I think he'd fit nicely in at Wolves.
Is that it? Maitland-Niles is the move, you're telling me?
I think so. Only
Okay.
24 million.
Only, what, 24 million? Is that...
Thierry Small. Hello. Do a football, young man. You're not going to play a lot. But you're here, and that's the main thing. Right, what's Ben doing? Let's go and
yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
He's looking at Dwight McNeil, who is smiling back at him.
He's looking at Dwight McNeil.
Yeah.
What a time to be alive.
He's making a big boy offer for Dwight McNeil. 30 million English pounds.
Sterling.
Oh, he's going higher.
Oh.
40 million nearly.
Oh.
Kevin,
Jack.
find me a centre back because you're so good at the game.
I mean, easy. Hold on then. Let's find you a centre back.
Thank you, mate.
Lisandro Martinez. Boom. Job done.
Have you just gone for the highest value centre back that you can see?
No, I've just gone to my director of football and asked for 3 centre backs. One of them is Struick, which probably wouldn't be a helpful recommendation
No,
to you.
you know what?
You could get Andreas Christensen. He's available at Chelsea.
I'll be honest, it's not helped me, that option.
I mean, it would do. Any of them would help you. This is what I mean. You lot are weird with your transfers. He improves your team, so sign him. See? It's easy.
I don't think he does improve my team, though.
You know nothing, no. That's the problem.
Mbappe's a must-scouted player. Maybe I should just sign Mbappe.
I can't believe you're overlooking Killian, to be honest with you.
I know. It's taken me a few hours.
Yeah, what a player right there. What a player.
I don't know. I'm just going to sit here and sulk.
There's loads of centre backs available. I'm looking. Oh, he's gone now. There you go. That's who he should sign. He won't. That's who he should sign. That's who I'd sign if I was looking for a centre back right now. 16 million. Bet he doesn't sign him though. That is the correct signing for Jack. Everyone go and tell him, as he is muted. What did that take? 2.5 minutes?
I could use another center back. You think I should steal him?
Do it. Show Jack there are show Jack there are centre backs available.
Because I got Wood. I've got Weber.
That's good to hear. He really wants Umar Sule, apparently, boys and cars.
Who does?
that might have been British humour. I don't know if I've got Wood translates to you rascals over there.
It's not as colloquially used in the US. Yeah, there you go. Kev's got jokes today.
Hooray!
Okay, what's happened?
Kev's got jokes today.
What did he do?
It was good. It was a long thing. You had to be there in the moment, really.
Will it work if you repeat it?
We'd have to play out the whole conversation again. It was situational.
Really. Yeah.
It wasn't a not joke.
Ah.
Has anyone gone and told Jack who to sign just to hurry things along?
I'm actually signing, so I've made a choice to sign someone for 35 million. I'm excited. But my squad is kind of set. My non-European team is very much set.
Dave's just come in to say hello.
As a party?
Afraid not.
What a peculiar situation we find ourselves in.
Afraid not.
There you go. I'm alerting Jack to the presence of him by making an offer myself.
Who's this?
Umar Sole.
Jack asked who he should sign at centre back.
Jack said, "There's no centre backs available, Kev. You find me one." You're so smart, so I found him one, and now he's not signing him.
I had Soleil signed and turned it down to stick with Consa. I had it all signed and agreed, and then I cancelled it.
Well, now I'm going to sign him to spite Jack.
Oh, okay. I don't mind who signs him. I don't think he's nowhere near as good as I've seen other versions of him, so I'm not getting him for that reason. I've had some really good versions of him.
To sign him.
But I don't think he's quite.
I do like Umar Sole, great player.
Yeah, see, I told you there was players out there for you.
Great player.
That took moments to identify the player you should just go and sign.
Here's the issue, Kevin. He's worth 16 million. I've got 73 million. I feel like I should be looking bigger.
Oh, you can buy more than one player. That's in the rules.
No. We don't do that here. It's one in, one out. It's like Noah's Ark.
So you want a really overpriced player? You didn't give me those criteria. I'll find you someone really expensive then.
Thank you, Kevin.
I already gave you Lissandro Martinez as an option. It's expensive. If you want to spend the whole budget, buy him.
Jordan Pickford for 70 million. Are you actually? You're, for all I know, Newcastle's going to show up with $70 million and actually buy him. Never mind.
I had him for 12.5. Did I make a mistake?
Wow. Lorenzo Luca looks really good.
He is really good. I can't loan him out.
I'll take him.
The only teams you want him are teams in the second division of leagues that don't help him get a work permit. I'm fine. I'm not upset.
It sound fine.
Ben, how much for Declan Rice?
You can't afford Declan Rice.
I probably can.
How much for Declan Rice? Make an offer.
I'll give you 72.
That would be silly of me.
To reject?
I'd like Declan Rice.
If you get you have to do 80 up front, but what 100?
No deal, Jeff. No deal.
I went for 62 last year, and you know he's the best player in that position.
I mean, he dragged you down massively from what I can see at the league table.
You can attract. Well, why would you want him then, Jack? That seems odd, doesn't it?
Because I'm an odd individual.
I mean, yes, cosign.
True.
I mean, you can have a
Didn't you just sign Camavinga anyway?
Yeah, I want to play Declan Rice at centre back.
Do you?
Strange man you are.
He's not good at heading.
I'm a man of culture.
12 heading.
Yeah.
Sure. All right, if you
Donald
want-
didn't have good heading, didn't hold him back.
If you promise to play him at centre back, 75 million.
I might have found a better alternative. I know it's a lot.
So-
I don't know what to do.
You just turned Sole down because he wasn't enough. Just sign someone, for goodness sake.
It's very stressful, Kevin,
No,
and I
it's
don't
not.
appreciate.
It's really easy.
You're upping my stress levels, please. My watch is telling me to calm down. Please calm down.
You were
Kevin
just
Chapman.
complaining this game is too easy.
My watch is telling me that I'm stressed.
Oh, my transfer budget's too
Please stop
high.
shouting
I'll
at
be
me.
honest, I'm quite stressed now. Well, Harry Kane went to Liverpool. Good
Yeah,
one.
he did.
Breaking news.
I don't wanna
Somehow,
say-
all
about
three of you guys have said
Yeah.
that at a different point. You've gone, oh, Harry Kane went to Liverpool.
We really listen to each other.
I'm pretty sure I called that about a month ago in game, but finally it happened. These other things. So hang on, Liverpool must have players they need to get rid of now. If Harry Kane's joining them.
See, Jack doesn't want to loan Luca to me. I'm just trying to help.
You're not going to help him get a work permit, are you, Kevin
You didn't
Chapman?
say that. You just said you wanted to loan him out. I made a loan offer. I was trying to speed things along.
The ultimate.
You've wasted my time. You've wasted your own time, and worst of all, you've wasted the viewers' time.
I'm not wasting my own time. I can only go through my finance page slowly so many times on this stream.
There's other things.
I've had a lovely time today.
I very much enjoyed the conversation.
Scott Chegg was a personal highlight.
Leicester have slid in there as well. Leicester have got Isco.
Leicester have got a good team, which makes it even more impressive how bad they were this past year.
Mate, Newcastle is such a mishmash of your three teams. Or three
Love Newcastle.
Yeah, it's just where we send the players we don't want anymore.
I wish Newcastle loved me.
I'm just waiting for Luca Dean to go there.
Like Newcastle, I just want to shower them. Hello, come and buy one of my players for way too much money, please. Very annoying. I'm still standing.
Yeah. Ooh, I haven't continued. What a monster.
Oh, it's so bad for me in the showdown. I can't even bring myself to bid. Even if I think he's good, I can't do it. Yeah. Oh, that's very reasonable of you, Kevin.
I'm a reasonable man.
No, I don't. Thanks, mate. Oh, James Milner's dubious about negotiating. I shall walk away. Jack, go get him, please.
No, thank you, Jeff.
Leeds, though. Homegrown.
He's not homegrown. We established his last stream. It was bugged.
Wait, he's not homegrown?
Yeah, that was the thing I was complaining about last stream. I was like, he's not listed as homegrown.
Oh, you were complaining about that.
I complain about a lot of things.
One.
So you know what? I don't blame you for
No one's
losing.
trained him.
He's a self-made man.
He didn't train at any club.
He played Wally with himself till he was 19 and he was of age.
Is he the only player in the game who doesn't have a club trainer? What did any India train?
Is he the only player? No, probably not.
Every other player seems to have it. Wait, literally every player. I was expecting to see like half of them just wouldn't have teams. Every player has. Oh no! Who's that? Leon Bailey has never trained.
Lazy toad.
Thank goodness.
He's not trained at a club. We found one. Strange. Maybe he didn't do training.
Kev, he's good, man. I like him.
Yeah.
So you're selling Pickford then? Is that what I'm
trying to?
Does that become your starting goalkeeper if Pickford moves?
Possibly. I've signed someone else as well.
You perused my transfer business. I suppose I'll peruse yours. You signed. No, yeah, you haven't signed a keeper.
Yeah, it was the end of last season.
Oh, okay.
So I'll have a couple of options.
Not as nearly as infuriating.
Juan Musso.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm planning on having a couple of options as well. We'll see how it all. Oh, actually, well.
Touch.
Just keep on waiting on the work permits.
What position do you want next, Jack? I'll find them for you as well. Let's get this moving along.
I found my boy.
Who's your boy?
I can't say that publicly.
Of course you can.
Anthony from Ajax.
Oh, Mark Anthony.
Wait, he's injury prone and inconsistent and has a competitive streak. Absolutely not. Not for
That all
me.
sounds fine.
You've got Boris.
Cancel.
Yeah, why are you looking to sign somebody when you have Boris and Ciala over
You've
there?
got Boris, mate. And Rafina's still
Trying
there.
to get rid of Boris and he won't. Off.
Why did you sign him, you numbskull?
Bruno Enrique and Rafina are good enough, mate. What's your problem?
He just didn't develop. He just didn't develop.
He's
By the way,
17.
this whole
He's
Anthony
16.
thing. No, he's not made it. He's failed as a footballer. He should go and be a bricklayer or something.
As if you've got Camavinga. That's weird, isn't it? Glenn Kamara, I can't believe this.
There must be other good Brazilians, right?
Are you in the national team?
Yes.
I'll sell you Richarlison for 100 million.
No.
Gerson's good.
The offer was there.
He doesn't play where you'd want him to.
No.
Oh, Lucas Paqueta is really good still. Not very fast. Jesus was listed by City earlier. Oh yeah.
The Gabby.
I quite like Vinicius Junior, but I think he's out of my price range.
Yes.
To be clear, I'm not talking down to bricklayers. It's a very skilled job, but like I just feel like it's a job that someone who fails at football might go to.
Oh,
like
I hate
trade.
Sounds like you're having a go at them.
No, I'm not being funny. Tradespeople
I'd like
are
to
laughing.
see you.
Whatever now,
I'd like to see you do a day as a bricklayer, Jack.
Are you having a go? Yeah.
Whilst everyone else goes to sixth form and pays for university, tradespeople make a
You
killing.
literally just sit in a chair all day.
I was going to say, when did the last time you did anything? Eh?
Never.
You don't even have a job, scoundrel. Sit there playing video games all day. You lay it
I mean,
right, so
just not true. I have had a real job.
I'm a union man.
Unbelievable.
All you do is play Football Manager all day, every day.
Yeah, that is my job. It's great.
Come on, get a grip.
All that job.
So one of my chats having a go. One of my chats just read having a go at SI all day. Now he's going for the brickies. That's me.
Well, actually, if you want to get on Football Manager and bricks, then I'm quite happy to talk about this at length. The bricks in Football Manager in the background or corners of stadiums are abysmal, and something needs to be done. They're either not in proportion or they're texturally incorrect, and both are annoying me.
I can't stand a texturally incorrect brick.
Thank you. Well,
I keeps me up at night.
let me
Does it
tell
bother
you.
anyone else that on the main menu screen the plug sockets aren't localized for the team that you're managing? They are always English plugs.
Where is the
Because that's really upsetting. Now, if I'm managing in Europe, I want European plug sockets on the main menu.
You have to be off to do this podcast, Ben. Goodness me.
I mean,
like if you insist on having UK plugs, like at least putting like a little plug adapter that looks like someone's travelled with UK chargers and ended up in that country.
If that's the one new feature this year, I'm going to be furious.
That's the one thing I want them to do.
Someone sent this stream to SI because it was so informative, and that's the one takeaway. We could do that one.
If you're not going to put it on the forums, mate, you know what I think of you. So.
We're localizing the plugs.
I used to be the person who read through the forums.
Mr. Shannon, one more continue, and let's wrap it. My child is downstairs crying, so I need to go and assist. Not on his own.
Understood.
I just want to see if Soleil signs for Meal Z. Oh, he hates big matches and is unadaptable.
Who cares? Sign him anyway.
Yes, I'm doing the Road to Legends chat show on Twitch this evening. I will certainly be saying that you three will all do it, so no pressure.
They want us to do it. They should probably not do it on Thursday evenings, would be my suggestion.
True.
Good shout.
All right, I could set my training camp. Excellent. Bum, 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 bum.
Well, how many days did we make it through today? Did anyone keep track?
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
At least a week, I reckon.
No, we started on the. I think we started on the 19th
of July.
No, certainly not of July.
Oh, training camp! Hooray!
No offers for Boris.
I will go into the same place. That'd be fun.
Oh, we should have
to
done
the
that.
USA. I'm gonna go visit Z. I'm staying in Z's.
I'm going
mansion.
to China. Oh yeah,
I'm going to Ireland.
I looked at Germany. Yeah, Germany because I didn't think it deserves a trip further away. So we're not having a holiday. We're going to Berlin. Absolutely not that Berlin's not a holiday. Started on the 14th of June. Yeah, has been confirmed.
Oh, there you go.
Great progress.
3 weeks. Oh, it's my birthday.
Right,
my 41st birthday.
We can't end on his birthday. Get out. Get us forward. Zealand.
In an hour a week. Wowzers. All right, boys. Until next time. Have a good night.
All right. Yep.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
Yep. See ya.
Boys and girls, I'll just do a quick summary of the business we've done. This will probably make up the bulk of the video. You're welcome, Chris. So we have only managed to get through less than a month in 4 hours. Transfer windows are hectic, but we have done a lot of business, and I am pretty happy with the business that we've done. So if we head into what happened at the back end of last season first, we started things off with some insane big money transfers right at the end of the season. Gabriel Barbosa to Spurs for 34.5 million. Zeki Celik to Newcastle, 41 million. Alan the Spoon was sold to Norwich for 2.7. Frederick Mitsio to Blackburn, 6.75 million. And then the big thing that we knew from the start of the stream, Pablo Fornells to Newcastle for 63 million pounds. That gave us lots of spensies and spend. We have Juan Musso has come in to be our new starting goalkeeper to replace Sir Jordan Pickford the Spoon, who offended me by costing us our Champions League spot. He's come in probably to be our new starting goalkeeper from Atalanta, but we have potentially got another one on the way in as well. We also relegated Tottenham for Oliver Skipp to give us a little bit more defensive mindedness in central midfield. I expect him to be a starter alongside Gavi, with Gravenberch taking up the Fornals role a little bit further forward. Thierry Small is a homegrown at Everton player who we've just brought back in because we needed more of them. So that's Southampton got relegated. It's a lot of money, but we needed him. Same theory behind Mason Holgate, just as a fourth choice centre back, just because he's homegrown at club. We didn't want a situation of what happened last year. I have checked. This squad does actually register fully for the Europa League, which is handy. And then into this season, Gavi finalised his loan deal from Barcelona, a £49.5 million deal. Likewise, Renan Lodi, £10 million from Atletico. He'd been on loan with us for a couple of years. And Danny Ceballos signed, that was arranged earlier on in the season. The Moise Keane deal to Juventus finally went through for 24 million. We had 2 Keanes leave on one day, with Michael Keane leaving to go to Hertha for 14 million, and we sold our fourth choice goalkeeper for £1.5 million, and that gave us enough money to do 3 things. We actually had a deal agreed with Harry Kane for like £400,000 a week. It was absurd, but in the end decided the money would be better spent on Pedro Gonçalves from, where is he? Sporting, for big money. Can play out wide on the right, can play an attacking midfield, covers squad spots vacated by Barbosa and Fornals, can play deep or up front as well if need be. And then Thierry Rendell Carrera is going to be our new starting right back to replace Celik. Can also play left back, but obviously we've got Lodi and Luca Dean over that side. This guy is super quick. He's going to be awesome. And our team, our squad, just looks sensational now. That is the game's version of our best starting 11, which looks pretty tasty to me. And if we look at the position depth that we've got, that's the wrong one. The depth we've got throughout this squad, this is a Champions League team. So we will be finishing top 4 again. And I am delighted. Thank you for watching, boys and girls. We will be back live tomorrow afternoon for continuation of Leamington. I'm also going to be live on YouTube tomorrow night doing a Pokemon box break. I've got all those packs behind me that we need to open up. And Network Game will be back next week. Thank you for watching, boys and girls. Toodle pip. I need to go and make some dinner. Anna's sent me about 5 text messages. I think she's as hungry as I am. Toodle pip, everybody. Bye-bye.